When my feet grow heavy and my eyes go dim, my hearing fades to whispers. I know your love can heal all my sin. I thank you that you're with me. Beautiful words I hear within. I know you will restore all things. Yahweh, you are my King. We bless your name and we welcome you to join us here. We bless your name and we welcome you to join us here. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. We bless your name and we welcome you to join us here. We bless your name and we welcome you to join us here. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your
Hear, O Israel, Yahuwah our Elohim. Yahuwah is one. And you shall love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart, and with all your being, and with all your might. And these words which I am commanding you today shall be in your heart. And ye shall impress them upon your children, and shall speak of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up, and shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall write them on the doorpost of your house and on your gates. And the second one is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Ooh-ah. Shabbat shalom, everybody. Glad everybody's here. Glad everybody made it. All right. So it's been a really fast week for me. Flew by this time. Full of blessings and full of other things as well, as most weeks are. Challenges, if you will. And so Yahusha's been working with me on a very interesting study this week. And it's sure to bless you, especially those who stick around and hear the entirety of it. I don't know why my camera keeps shifting. The cats are up here messing around or something or what. Let me see here now. Did that do anything? Not really. Let's see. That's a little better. Must be those pesky kitty cats up here playing with my camera. There we go. That's a lot better. All righty. Yeah, we have Japanese bobtail kittens, 2 of them. And they get inquisitive time to time, and they try to play with things they shouldn't be playing with. They're like little kids sometimes. Usually they know better than to come into my office. They don't even come in here, but you know how kids are. Once in a great while, they do things they shouldn't do. So anyway, glad to see everybody here. This lesson here is going to be based on an old proverb. And that's the what we're going to feed off of here. And this old proverb is well known. Most of us will probably recognize it. And it's about the sage or the teacher and his student or the fool. And it goes like this. When the sage points at the moon, the fool looks at the finger. Like I said, it's a well-known proverb. And we can apply this, even though it's not scriptural, we can apply this to the scriptures of truth in many, many ways, and which we're going to do this evening. So that's what this is going to be all about. We're going to learn a lot of maturity, mature insight this evening, and we all need to make a huge leap in that direction. And mostly, Satan likes to use the finger, if you will, to distract. He uses it as an obstacle to distract people from the truth or from what's valuable within the message that's being given in a parable or a life event in scriptures, or some type of teaching, especially from the master. And he tries to get people to focus on the finger rather than, which is the obstacle of distraction, rather than the truth on what's valuable. And then that would be the moon in this proverb, if you're picking up what I'm laying down. So that's what we're going to do. And should be very exciting, very entertaining, very eye-opening study this evening. So stick with it. All right, let me say hello to a few people and we'll get started here. Got quite a few people on here already. A lot of wrenches. Sandra Brewston, glad you're here, sister. Raul Koto, glad you're here, brother. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Shabbat. Yes, you're correct. Today is Shabbat. You have counted correctly. Your calendar is accurate. Lou White, glad you're here, brother. Phyllis White, glad you're here, sister. Phil Dickey, glad you're here, brother. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Lorana Maran, glad you're here. Peggy Russell, glad you're here, sister. Kate Connell, glad you're here, sister. Ronald Sternberg, just thinking about you today, man. Glad you're here, brother. Mr. Three Jobs, here I am. Glad you're here, John, brother John. Levi Davis, glad you're here, brother. I'm going to take a wild guess. And this is really wild, way out there guess. I'm going to guess that Yami Koto is also watching. So I'm glad you're here, sister. Latterang, glad you're here, sister. That's my wife, and she hates when I call her sister, but you know what? It says in the reign of Yahuwah, we're not going to marry, you know. We'll all be brothers. So we won't be marrying and stuff like that in the reign of Yahuwah. Eternal reign. Might as well get used to it now, right? Dolphins 82. Glad you're here. Maria A. Moore. Hello. Glad you're here. All righty. I don't see anybody else. I missed you. I apologize, and I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Welcome. Everybody's welcome, and everybody's loved on the Nazarene channel. Okay. All righty, then. People are trickling in, but we're going to get started. They'll catch up later. You can always rewind and watch it back from the beginning. So, yeah, this old proverb. When the sage or the teacher points at the moon, the fool looks at the finger. So this well-known proverb emphasizes the importance of focusing on the essence of a message within a story or within a proverb or an event, rather than getting caught up in superficial details. This proverb is often used to illustrate the concept of wisdom and understanding. When a wise man points at the moon, the fool looks at the finger, the object of distraction. A great teacher will try to open his students to great thoughts, but a dull student will not grasp it. Or they will only get the words, but not the meaning. With this proverb is pointing out that words or language is not the truth itself, but only a way to find the truth. So the finger is not the moon. It's not the value of the story. It's not the truth, but only a way to find the value or the truth or the moon in this example. In other words, this is saying that the teacher will gain insight because they see past the obvious, while the student, the fool, the dull student, is too nearsighted to do so. Now, let's clear up one thing here before we go any farther. We'll go to Matthew 5 and verse 21 through 32 in Matthew. So Matthew 5, 21 through 32 says, "You heard that it has been said to those of old, you shall not break." Wait a minute. Am I where I'm supposed to be here? No. Okay. Boy, I better get new, stronger glasses. Here we go. Matthew 5, 21. "You heard that it was said to those of old, you shall not murder, and whoever murders shall be liable to judgment. But I say to you that whoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be liable to judgment. And whoever says to his brother, Raka, Raka, shall be liable to the Sanhedrin. But whoever says, you fool, shall be liable to fire of Gehenna." All right. So here in Hebrew now, what this is talking about, Raka, is calling somebody like an airhead. You know, people make blonde jokes that blondes are airheads, that type of thing. So Raka would be like an empty-headed or mindless person or an airhead. Okay, then you would be subject or liable to the Sanhedrin. But when you say fool, and now this is also in the Hebrew mindset here or language, a fool, you used to call somebody fool in Hebrew, it's not being an idiot, okay? It's in Hebrew, a fool acts in opposition of Yahuwah's commands. And so when you if you call somebody a fool, as far as in the Hebrew language, you're liable to fire, to go into the fire of Gehenna, because if this person happens to be an obedient person, a righteous person, and you're calling them fool and accusing them of acting in opposition to Yahuwah's commandments, and they're not, you just directly broke the 9th commandment, and you've become a malicious witness against your neighbor. And so therefore, breaking the 9th commandment is a penalty of death, and so you would be liable to fire of Gehenna. Okay, so that's not what I'm saying here as I'm reading, talking about this proverb to you. Okay, I just want to make sure that we understand this and we're on the same page with this. Okay, so in this word and in this proverb we're talking about now, this is not a Hebrew proverb from Hebrews. This is Chinese proverb. That's where it comes from. So anyway, the fool is too nearsighted to do so. It's talking about somebody who is dull. They're dull of hearing, let's say, okay? They're not interested. And so Satan uses different objects of distraction within chapters of scriptures as tools to use against us. And these objects of distraction Satan loves to use to keep people from the real message, from the value within the message or the truth. He does this with many things throughout scriptures. In a lot of the worst case scenarios, we find people not only focusing on the object of distraction rather than the truth, the value, the message within it, we find them start worshiping the object of distraction. And some examples of that would be clothing, tzitzits, crosses, traditions, trees, lights, decorations, nature, stars, sun, and moon, all kinds of different obstacles of distraction that the devil uses as a delusion and temptation and to lead people astray with. Think about it. If the devil can get somebody focusing on an object within a chapter and not the true message, not what's valuable, he's accomplished his mission, and that's to lead you astray. That's exactly what he wants to do. So like I say, in the worst case scenarios, and we find it a lot, and we're going to get into this here in a little bit. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. But in a lot of the worst case scenarios, the dull student or the fool will worship the object of distraction and not even try to understand the wisdom within the message, what's valuable. They even go as far as making up songs about these objects of distraction. They make up songs, they play music to them, they bow down to them. It's just amazing what they have come out with the lyrics of songs, worshiping these objects of distraction. It's totally amazing. We're going to look at a few of those here in a little bit. So that's what this is going to be all about, folks. And if we can mature and use an exegesis mindset to understand what the teacher is teaching us, rather than looking at the finger, okay, then perhaps we can come to a higher level of wisdom and understanding within scriptures of truth that's given to us. And we can learn to avoid the words, the languages, objects of distraction that keep us from learning the valuable lesson or insight within the teaching of our rabbi or the words of truth. And that's what I'm hoping we all gain from this study this evening. To do so, we're going to have to put away everything we've learned in the past. We're going to have to put away our eisegesis mindset and try not to prove every little thing I'm saying this evening wrong until you've completely received all proof and all scriptures pertaining to this vital, critical understanding of scriptures. Because if you don't, and you stay focused on the objects of distraction, that's exactly what's going to happen to you. You're going to be distracted, and you're not going to mature. So before we get deep into this, we have to get a look into Hebrews. There's some things in Hebrews it should at least bring us up to par as far as how we should mature in this. How do we leave being a dull student, a fool, a student that just refuses to hear the lesson and wants to latch onto every little thing, every little word that's written that can distract them and act like that's the figure, that's the object of value, and totally disregard the message. So the fool is too nearsighted to do this. We don't want to be a fool. We don't want to be a dull student, dull of hearing, and immature. Do we? I know I don't. I want to get the real message being given here. And once we can see, I'm not going to focus on that object. That's not what this is about. And all of a sudden, you want to just go back to that object and say, let's talk about that. There has to be something there where that word wouldn't be in there. No, that word is in there as a tool, as a way to find the truth, to use to find the truth. It's not the truth itself. And so we got to quit doing that. This is what we got to grow beyond. Way beyond that. That's elementary stuff. We have to grow way beyond that. Or we'll never, ever gain the value that was in the message given to us by the rabbi. So with all that said, let's start our scriptural study in Hebrews. I'll be in Hebrews 3:10 through 19. I'm in the BYNV, but we're going to jump in and out of different translations this evening just to prove a point. Okay, and you'll see as we get through there, we begin to do that, you'll see what that point is. But for right now, let's go to Hebrews 3 in the BYNV. Sharon, glad you're here. Sharon C, glad you're here, sister. Let me take a wild stab at it and say Ike's sitting there watching along with you. So welcome, Brother Ike. Glad you're here. Ridge Hill Jilly, glad you're here, sister. All right, Hebrews 3:10 through 19. Therefore I was grieved with that generation and said, they always go astray in their heart, and they have not known my ways. As I swore in my wrath, if they shall enter into my rest. Look out, brothers, lest there be any of you a wicked heart of unbelief. And falling away from the living Yahuwah. But encourage one another daily while it is called today, lest any of you be hardened by the deceivableness of sin. And that's obstacles of distraction as well. Because once you latch onto an object of distraction, you are now in violation of the second commandment. You're searching for truth in an object. You're not looking for truth. You quit looking for truth, and you're now paying homage and giving all your attention to an object of distraction, no matter what it is. Somebody's haircut, the way they dress, what kind of shoes they're wearing, the cross, whatever it is. So, wicked heart of unbelief. So, what we're going to find out this evening, and y'all need to watch for this, and so you can pick up on it. It's scattered throughout scriptures like little gold nuggets throughout entire scriptures. And as Yahuwah uses things in order to, tools, we'll say, or different words or languages to point to the truth, they're not the truth itself, okay? They're just a way to find the truth. You got to understand that. And so what we're going to find out here is, and I want you all to look for this, is that belief is going to be the main message. Belief, and even more specifically, the belief, childlike belief, is the moon that the finger is pointing to. In almost every incident, every story, every proverb within scriptures. And if you can spot that, you're going to understand that without perfect belief or childlike belief, you can't enter into the reign of Yahuwah. No wonder it's scattered through scriptures and found in nearly every single story and proverb and parable that's written. It's the moon. So watch for it. Keep your eyes open and your ears open so that your sight doesn't dull, and most importantly, that your hearing doesn't dull. Don't let your hearing get dull. Don't fight for the right to worship that object of distraction, because it's only going to get you thrown in Gehenna. Hi, Rose, right? Glad you're here. Isaiah DS, glad you're here, brother. Davey Steed, glad you're here, brother. All right, so let's continue on. But encourage one another daily while it is called today, lest any of you be hardened by the deceivableness of sin. For we have become partakers of Mashiach if we hold fast the beginning of our trust firm to the end. While it is said, today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts, as in the rebellion. For who, having heard, rebelled? Was it not all who came out of Mitzrayim, led by Moses? And with whom was he grieved 40 years? Was it not with those who sinned, whose corpses fell in the wilderness? And to whom did he swear that they would not enter into his rest, but to those who did not obey? So we see that they were unable to enter in because of unbelief. Unbelief. All right. So unbelief is a huge factor if you go into the reign of Yahuwah or not, right? Or if you understand the message correctly. So unbelief. They didn't enter because of unbelief. Look at Hebrews 5, 9 through 14. And having been perfected, he became the causer of everlasting deliverance to all those obeying him. Having been designated by Yahuwah a high priest, according to the order of Melchizedek, concerning whom we have much to say, and hard to explain, since you have become dull of hearing. Bad. And once you become dull of hearing, you're no longer able to focus on the message. You can only focus on words, language, and obstacles of distraction. You're not hearing the truth, the meaning, the message, what's valuable within that lesson. It's no longer within your grasp or understanding. You've become dull of hearing. So be careful. For indeed, although by this time you ought to be teachers, you need someone to teach you again the first elements of the words of Yahuwah? Elementary things? Because you want to argue over words, languages, and the finger? And you have become such as need milk and not solid food. For everyone partaking of milk is inexperienced in the word of uprightness. He is a babe, but solid food is for the mature whose senses have been trained by practice to discern both good and evil. So one of the first things we have to do here, folks, as we mature, is learn to discern between good and evil, what's good and what's evil. Until we can reach that point, Yahuwah's not going to let us advance into a higher spiritual level. Not until you can discern between good and evil. Okay. And it only comes by practice. So you're being trained by practicing to discern. So you have to practice, put it into practice in order to achieve the ability to discern from good and evil. Look at Hebrews 6, 1 through 6. Therefore, having left the word of the beginning of the Mashiach, let us go on to perfection, not laying again the foundation of repentance from dead works. What's dead works? Well, it would be male circumcision, animal blood sacrifices, rituals, ceremonies, religious acts, and even reading scriptures with the mind of eisegesis, mindset could be included in that. Trying to prove what you think to be true or right against what the truth really is. Now listen closely to this. Not laying again the foundation of repentance from dead works and of belief toward Yahuwah, of the teaching of immersions and of laying on of hands and of resurrection of the dead and of everlasting judgment. And this we shall do if Yahuwah indeed permits. For it is impossible for those who were once enlightened and have tasted the heavenly gift and have become partakers of the Ruach HaKodesh and have tasted the good word of Yahuwah and the powers of the age to come and fall away, to renew them again to repentance, having staked for themselves the Son of Yahuwah again and put him to open shame. Okay, so what's this telling? What's this saying, man? This is saying, get off the elementary things. You're hovering. You're spinning your tires in one place, and you just continue to go over and over these things, but we shouldn't be doing that. Okay, we do these elementary things, and we become full knowledge of them and understand the true message and what it all means and everything. And we surely help newcomers with them, but we don't sit there and dwell on them and spin our wheels, people. We got to mature. We have to move on to love, for one. We have to move on to truth, to love, to obedience through the deliverance already given before the foundations of the earth, and be grateful for that deliverance and show him that we are through our obedience, our obedient act. We come what we are when we show him that we love him, and we show him that we're grateful and thankful for his deliverance that he assigned us before the foundations of the earth. okay, then we have matured beyond everything else. We're now in a personal relationship with him. We're married to him. We're spending our time with him and loving him, and we're in a relationship, just like an example of your marriage to your spouse. Same kind of thing. So we shouldn't sit there and just dwell on all that. We have to put it into action. In other words, so we love him, we love others, we help people, we do things for other people. We go out there, we find the lost sheep, we hunt for the lost sheep, and we do all these things. Almost like now we've graduated from school, and now we're out in the field doing the job that we were trained to do. So you don't go back to school again. You go way beyond that, and you become a professional in your trained or learned skill. And that's what this is saying. So love is the completion of the Torah. The first two commands, the greatest command and the second command, is what teaches us to love. And once we learn that, then love is completion of the Torah. We're no longer bound. We're no longer in that school being trained. We're now skilled professionals. We're out working the job we were trained to do. We all need to get off our tails and go do that. You know, we sit around, we look into scriptures, we read scriptures, we know what we're supposed to do, but we stay in these elementary thoughts and get training over and over and over and over. And then after the training's over, we just go about our business for the week, do what we've always done, and we never go out and work at the profession. We never get the job. We never say, here I am, Yahuwah, send me. And we don't go out and find the lost sheep. We don't go out and love other people and help other people with what they need, especially for survival. We say, oh, no, I give him money, he might go buy drugs. That's not what Scripture says. It doesn't say don't give them money unless you know for a fact they're going to use it for correctly. It doesn't say anything like that. That's just an excuse for you not to help. We need to grow up, man. You know, these Talmudim, the students of Yahushua's time, for an example, we can even go way back into the prophets. And they were out walking around, their shadows falling on people, casting demons were running from them. They were healing people. They were doing everything that Yahushua did because they were out putting it into practice. And not only were they out putting it in practice, they believed with a childlike belief that it was going to happen when they spoke it. Matter of fact, they went way beyond that, and they believed that it already happened. And that's why they could do the things they were doing. They weren't sitting around twiddling their thumbs, worrying about the elementary things of Yahushua or Scripture. Oh, are we allowed to do this? Oh, can we do that? What should we do on Sukkoth? Oh, what am I supposed to do on Passover? Am I allowed to eat? Am I allowed to leave my house? That's elementary stuff. That's training. You're beyond the training cycle. Training's over. Get your butt out of the school, out into the field, and work the harvest, and love Yahuwah and love others. That's what you're trained to do. Bring the Basora to the world. Teach them all that Yahushua taught you while you were in school, while you were being trained by the Torah. When are we going to mature? We're just going to keep sitting around and just reading everything over and over and over and over and over again and never put it into action? Oh, let's get mad and run out of here now. Woo, he's wanting me to do something. I better split. Well, you ain't splitting on me. You're splitting on Yahushua. You're letting Yahushua down. He's already taught you. Your Ruach teaches you, and then you're supposed to act on what he says. Not sit there and worry about, oh, am I allowed to do this? Am I allowed to do that? How far can I walk on the Shabbat? Like a little kid. Look at Hebrews 11. Hebrews 11. The whole chapter, especially verse 6. And belief is the substance of what is expected, the proof of what is not seen. For by this the elders obtained witness. By belief we understand that the ages were prepared by the word of Yahuwah, so that what is seen was not made of what is visible. By belief, Abel offered to Yahuwah a great slaughter offering than Cain, through which he obtained witness that he was righteous. Yahuwah witnessing of his gifts, and through it, having died, he still speaks. By belief, Enoch was translated so as not to see death, and was not found because Yahuwah had translated him. That means took him from one place to another place. For before his translation, he obtained witness that he pleased Yahuwah. But without belief, it is impossible to please him. For he who comes to Yahuwah has to believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of those who earnestly seek him. So this is speaking about belief in his existence and belief in his majesty and then that he created everything. This is the type of belief here that this is speaking of. Without believing, that's impossible to please him. If you don't believe in him, how are you going to believe in the power of the blood of the Lamb of Yahuwah? You're not, right? I'm going to pause here just for a second. Look, to believe in Yahuwah and that he created everything, and that he exists, and he's the source of all living, of everything, really. It's very easy to see it within creation. And although it's in our mind, he has implanted into our conscious mind to know, we can easily see it in creation. Some people say, well, how can we, what do you mean by that, Brother Mark? How is it that we can see Yahuwah in creation? Is it we see the trees, we see the grass, we see, the animals, the things that he made. And so it helps us see his artistic qualities, his architectural qualities, his creator type qualities. And so by seeing how he made a tree look or an animal look, we can know, that how he thinks and so forth and so on. Yeah, a little bit, but that's not the point. That's the finger. The point is there's miracles all around us happening every day that proves that we have a creator. And without seeing the little things, we miss a whole lot of big things. For instance, an acorn. So you look at a little acorn, and it goes down in the ground and deteriorates and dies. And then out of it springs forth life out of death. And it grows into a magnificent oak tree. That's a miracle, folks. And most people don't see that. How about a bumblebee? A bumblebee per weight, its body weight versus its little tiny wings, scientifically, mathematically, it should be impossible for that bumblebee to take flight. But yet, it does. That's a miracle. They can't explain how that happens. There's a ton of things like that. Look at water. People take water for granted. Yet nearly everything on this earth needs water to survive, to live, or it would die. You have to have it. It seeks its own level. Water runs until it seeks its own level, and it'll stop once it seeks its level. It can be a solid, it can be a gas, it can be a liquid. It freezes from the top down so that the fish and the creatures in the water can live through the wintertime. Water's miraculous. It's a miracle. They don't understand why it does what it does. They only know that it does what it does. How about the human eye? There's another miracle. Impossible that it involved. It just had to come all at once, or is it impossible to have an eye for it to even exist? There's so much. We can go on and on and on and on and on. But the point here is we see all these little miracles around us every day. Take the hummingbird, for instance. That's a mind-blowing miracle. Read about the hummingbird. But we don't see these things. Why? Because we were born into it from birth. That's why. So an example would be manna. Say the manna from heaven, right? That was rained down on the children of Israel, right? And they'd go out and pick up the manna and take it home and cook it and eat it, right? For 40 years and 40 years that happened. To the children that were born within those 40 years, that manna was not a miracle because they saw it every day of their life from birth. So to them, it wasn't a miracle. It was just something that happened within the realm of reality that they lived in. It was like the rain. The rain to them wasn't a miracle, or to most people, because you see it all the time. So it's not a miracle. It's something that you expect to happen within our reality. But in fact, the manna was a miracle. But to the children born in them 40 years, it was not. They didn't see it as a miracle. Just like most people don't see an acorn as a miracle because they see it all their life. And so we become dull of sight, become dull of hearing. We don't grasp the little things, the miracles within nature, within Yahuwah's creation. And we overlook them and take them for granted. By doing so, we fail to see our Creator within the creation or within our realm, attached to His creation. It's plain. We have a Creator. If you can only stop and pause and see the miracles that are happening around you every single day. We can go on and on, but let's not. Let's get back on track here. I hope y'all are picking up what I'm laying down on that, though, because it's very important. By belief, Noah, having been warned of what was yet unseen, having feared, prepared an ark to save his house, through which he condemned the world and became an heir of the righteousness which is according to belief. By belief, Abraham obeyed when he was called to go out to the place which he was about to receive as an inheritance. And he went out not knowing where he was going. By belief, he sojourned into the land of promise as a stranger, dwelling in tents with Yitzchak and Jacob, with heirs, the heirs with him of the same promise. For he was looking for the city having foundations, whose builder and maker is Yahuwah. By belief also Sarah herself was enabled to conceive seed, and she bore a child when she was past the normal age, because she deemed him trustworthy who had promised. And so from one and him as good as dead were born as numerous as the stars of the heaven, as countless as the sand which is by the seashore. In belief, all these died, not having received the promises, but seeing them from a distance, welcomed and embraced them, and confessed that they were aliens and strangers on the earth. For those who speak this way make it clear that they seek a fatherland, and yet, if they had indeed kept remembering the place from which they had come out, they would have had the chance to return. But now they long for a better place, that is, a heavenly. Therefore, Yahuwah is not ashamed to be called their Yahuwah, for he has prepared a city for them. By belief, Abraham, when he was tested, offered up Yitzchak, and he who had received the promises offered up his only begotten son, of whom it was said, "In Yitzchak your seed shall be called," reckoning that Yahuwah was able to raise even from the dead, from which he received him back as a type. By belief, Yitzchak blessed Jacob and Esau concerning that which was to come. By belief, Jacob, when he was dying, blessed each of the sons of Joseph and did reference on the top of his staff. By belief, Joseph then, when he was dying, made mention of the outgoing of the children of Israel and gave orders concerning his bones. By belief, Moshe, having been born, was hidden 3 months by his parents because they saw he was a comely child and were not afraid of the sovereign's command. By belief, Moshe, having become great, refused to be called the son of the daughter of Pharaoh, choosing rather to be afflicted with the people of Yahuwah than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a time, deeming the approach of Mashiach greater riches than the treasures in Mitzrayim, for he was looking to the reward. By belief, he left Mitzrayim, not fearing the wrath of the sovereign, for he was steadfast in seeing him who is invisible. By belief, he performed the Passover and the sprinkling of blood, lest he who destroyed the firstborn should touch them. By belief, they passed through the Red Sea as by dry land. And when the Mitzrites tried it, they were drowned. By belief, the walls of Jericho fell, having been surrendered for 7 yamim. By belief, Rachab the whore did not perish with those who did not believe, having received the spies with peace. And what more shall I say? For the time would fail me to relate of Gideon and Barak and Samson and Jephthah and David and Samuel and the prophets, who through belief overcame reigns, worked righteousness, obtained promises, stopped the mouths of lions, quenched the power of fire, escaped the edge of the sword, out of weakness were made strong, because mighty in battle, became mighty in battle, but foreign armies put foreign armies to flight. Women received back their dead by resurrection, and others were tortured, not accepting release to obtain a better resurrection. And others had trial of mocking and floggings and more, of chains and imprisonment. They were stoned, they were tried, they were sawed in two, they were slain with the sword. They went about in sheepskins and goatskins, being in need, afflicted, mistreated, of whom the world was not worthy, wandering in deserts and mountains and caves and holes of the earths, and having obtained witness through the belief. All these did not receive the promise, Yahuwah having provided what is better for us, that they should not be made perfect apart from us. Speaking about Mashiach. Now, what's happening here? These people had childlike belief. They believed everything that Yahuwah said. All these promises would come true. And so their belief did not waver even to death and torturement and all these other things that was mentioned here. Why? Because they really and truly believed. That's why. They weren't joking around, man. They believed like a little kid. And that's why nothing could change their mind. Not death, not anything. And so they went about doing, acting and being obedient, and with the sound knowledge and belief, pure belief in their minds and hearts that all that Yahuwah said he will do. All his promises will be given to them in due time. So great acts of belief here, childlike belief. This wasn't, people that were wishy-washy, man, I hope he's real, like that, I believe, I really believe this, but I got this little doubt, man, if I die, would that be all it really is, or is he really going to resurrect me? Is it, I hope you really are true, Yahuwah. No, they didn't have any of that. They knew he was real. They believed that he was real. They believed he created everything. They believed everything he said was going to come to true. They believed in his promises, and therefore they acted on them even to death. They could not be swayed. They stood firm on that belief. And the only belief there is, folks, that can attest to this is childlike belief. A little kid, little 2-year-old, 3-year-old, you tell them anything you want to tell them, and they're going to believe what you're saying. Until the date comes where they find out you lied to them, and then you crush that belief, and you hurt and injure that pure belief that the child has. And so can you imagine being an adult and believing the way a child believes everything you read in Scripture? And knowing when you go out and tell somebody, rise and walk, that they're going to rise and walk. You know they will, because you know Yahuwah is giving you the power to do that. You got to have that kind of belief. Other than that, you're spinning your wheels and you're still in elementary school. All right. So let's go get into the depth here of this teaching. So, with all that in mind, let's turn to Exodus real quick. Exodus 4:10 through 12 says, And Moses said to Yahuwah, O Yahuwah, I am not a man of words, neither before nor since you have spoken to your servant. For I am slow of speech and slow of tongue. And Yahuwah said to him, Who has made man's mouth? Or who makes dumb or deaf or seen or blind? Is it not I, Yahuwah? And now go, and I shall be with your mouth and teach you what to say. But he said, O Yahuwah, please send by the hand of him who you would send. And the displeasure of Yahuwah burned against Moses, and he said, Is not Aaron the Levite your brother? I know that he speaks well, and see, he is also coming out to meet you. And when he sees you, he shall be glad in his heart. And you shall speak to him and put the words in his mouth, and I am with your mouth and with his mouth, and I shall teach you what to do. And he shall speak for you to the people, and it shall be that he shall be a mouth for you, and you shall be an Elohim for him. So very interesting, right? So Moshe lacked some belief here, where he was doubting that Yahuwah knew what he was doing, picking him, right? And why me? Pick somebody else, man. I can't talk right. I stagger. I'm slow to speech. I have a slow tongue, heavy tongue, words don't come out right. You must be making a mistake, Yahuwah. Pick somebody else. Is this childlike belief? No. So what happened here? Well, obviously Moshe was being trained, and I think after a while, Moshe's doubt and his unbelief changed somewhat, and to almost to the point where he started feeling a burden for having to do what he was doing, and needed help and wanted help, so forth and so on like that. But here, what would have happened if Moshe would have just simply believed and trusted in Yahuwah and did what he was told to do without questioning Yahuwah's decision? Well, the same thing that happens to us. That's what. And when you start doubting and questioning Yahuwah's decision about yourself, that's when it's like he says here, his displeasure, the displeasure of Yahuwah burned against Moshe. It's going to burn against you too. And then somebody else may be assigned, or you may have to split your blessing or whatever. But here is an example of that we need to, our childlike belief needs to be 100%. We can't falter here. There's no room for questioning Yahuwah within your perfect belief. So if you're doing that, you need to get rid of that, repent of it, and stop doing that, because it's causing you delays in what you're trying to achieve or asking for or working for. So Exodus 28 now, 33. Oh, wait a minute. Let's not go there yet. Let's go to, instead of going there, let's go to Joshua 5 one time. I want you to see something. So it's part of the elementary things is what we're being taught from Torah. Okay. And once that the lesson's over, you've learned to love, you've completed the Torah, you've graduated, now you're a professionally skilled person in love, and you're going out and working your job, we need to understand that we don't stay in the elementary things, and neither did the children of Israel. They didn't stay in the elementary teachings or the training that they had to go through and endure. All right. Yahuwah got so mad at them during some of their training process that, he wouldn't even let them into the promised land. He just made them wander around in circles for 40 years. You ain't even going in. Y'all ain't learning your lesson. You're just staying in the elementary things. You're like little kids being trained constantly. You should be being matured beyond this. You should be becoming kings and priests for me. Not like little children, keep flunking and staying in elementary school, not passing beyond it. But anyway, I want to show you this here in Joshua chapter 5, 9 through 15. It says, and Yahuwah said to Yahusha, today I have rolled away the reproach of Mitzrayim from you. So the name of the place is called Gilgal to this day. And the children of Israel camped in Gilgal and performed the Passover on the 14th yom of the month at evening on the desert plains of Jericho. And they ate of the stored grain of the land on the morrow after the Passover, which would have been unleavened bread. Unleavened bread and roasted grain on the same yom. So they ate unleavened bread and roasted grain on the same day, the day after Passover. And the manna ceased on that day, after they had eaten the stored grain of the land. So the manna started in Exodus 16, and they began training. Okay, here in Joshua 5, the manna stopped after 40 years, and they went into the promised land. The manna stopped. And the children of Israel no longer had manna, but they ate the food of the land of Canaan that year. And it came to be, when Yahushua was by Jericho, that he lifted his eyes and looked and saw a man standing opposite him with a sword drawn in his hand. And Yahushua went to him and said to him, "Are you for us or our adversaries?" And he said, "No, for I have now come as captain of the host of Yahuwah." And Yahushua fell on his face to the eretz and did obeisance, and said to him, "What is my master saying to his servant?" And the captain of the armies of Yahuwah said to Yahushua, "Take your sandals off your feet, for the place where you stand is set apart." And Yahushua did so. So there you go. So the manna started and stopped after 40 years after they went into the promised land. Training was over. All the adults that disobeyed him died. The next generations were in charge, and the training was over. So why? And what was the manna's purpose of the manna? Was to teach them how to count, to keep calendar, to count the days, so that they would be able to keep the Shabbat. And part of that training was staying in their dwelling place on the Shabbat. So there would no manna would come. So they'd count the days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shabbat, no manna. It's Shabbat. And they were under strict orders, or grounded, if you will. They were under restriction to stay in their dwelling place. Why? Because they were stiff-necked. They were dull of hearing. They were dull of hearing. Okay? They weren't seeing the moon. They were seeing the finger. All they saw was free food to fill up their belly. Okay? What they weren't seeing the moon. They weren't seeing that what the value was their obedience. They weren't seeing it. They didn't see the moon. You see that? And so they were put under restriction. Okay? Not only are you going to realize that you have to rest on the Sabbath because there's no manna coming, now you're restricted to your house, your dwelling place. Don't come out. Well, that restriction was removed when the training was over. That's why in Nethirim writings, there's a lot, and I mean a lot, examples of Yahushua being out on Shabbat, Paul being out on Shabbat, Pharisees out on Shabbat, Yehudim out on Shabbat, the Samaritans out on Shabbat, everybody. And most of the time on Shabbat, you can read, actually every time on Shabbat, Paul and Yahushua going to the nearest congregation and reading out of Moshe on the Shabbat. Walking through the grain fields on Shabbat, healing people on Shabbat, all kinds of stuff. Why? Because the restriction was lifted when the manna stopped. Training was over. So we don't go back into that training period and try to figure, we can't go out of the house. Why? That's elementary. That was elementary school, man. You ain't in elementary school no more, dude. You graduated. You finished college. What are you talking about? Love is the completion of the Torah. You're not in elementary school anymore. What you talking about? You see what I'm saying? That's what a lot of this is all about. We got to get out of that rat hole. We got to come out of that pit where we think we're still confined and being trained. We are not. We're living in the end times, people. We're in the end times. We're at the end of the latter days, the last 2,000 years. We ain't got time to stick in elementary school. We need to get out there and be skilled professionals trained in love and do the work of the harvest and the work of Yahuwah that He's trained us to do. He lifted the restrictions. Training's over. Hello. There's not a whole lot of time left to play around in elementary school playgrounds, people. All of you should be teachers by now. We should have 100 websites on the internet full of teachers. Everybody should go out there in the week looking for the lost sheep, passing out cards, business cards, handing out reading material, talking to people, telling them about the true name, letting them know that we're in the end of the latter days. Time's crucial. This is the things we should be focused on, not whether or not we're allowed to go out of the house or not. Come on, folks. That's elementary. We got to leave that behind. Got to move on. We have to gain enough belief to start seeing miracles happen in the name of Yahushua. We all really need to take a huge, giant leap into that direction. Oh, look, Joshua 10. Then Yahushua spoke to Yahuwah in the Yam when Yahuwah gave the Amorites over to the children of Yisrael. And he said before the eyes of Yisrael, Sun, stand still over Gibeon, and moon in the valley of Ayalan. So the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, till the nation avenged itself upon their enemies. Is it not written in the book of Yasher? Thus the sun stopped in the midst of the Shemaim, and did not hasten to go down for an entire day. And there has been no day like that before it or after it, that Yahuwah listened to the voice of a man, because Yahuwah fought for Yisrael. Okay, the childlike belief of Joshua or Yahushua, this is mind blowing. So he believed that if he asked Yahuwah to make the sun stand still and the moon to stand still, that it happened. Not that it could happen, but it happened. That's how strong a belief he had, childlike belief. And in fact, it did. Not only did it happen, Yahuwah fought for Israel that day. Wow. Can you imagine being in an army and being in a battle? And here comes Yahuwah, and he fights for you against your enemy because of your childlike belief. Wow. So this didn't happen out of just common belief, folks, or belief like us in the last days here seem to have. You know, we pray, we ask Yahuwah to do things for us. I wish I had the gift of healing. I wish I could tell that thunderstorm to go away and to calm down. I wish I could do this and do that, but you're leaving doubt. Okay, so you're not commanding it. Not only are you not commanding it in the name of Yahushua of Nazareth, you're not believing it. You're not believing. You may be believing that it could happen if Yahuwah wanted it to, if he wants to answer that prayer. Okay, but you're not believing that because you said it in his name, that it already happened. And that means there's a zero doubt then in your mind that that's going to happen. You know it's going to happen, right? And it happens. That's the big difference. And that's where we all got to mature to, man. This is getting close to the end. we got to understand that we need to build up on our belief, and we need to perfect our belief. We need to cause our belief to become perfection. And we need to become skilled professionals that love and believe, like Joshua was. Joshua isn't the only one. There's a lot of people that believed that strongly and had childlike belief. So we can say, oh, well, our belief's been destroyed because of our childhood. Our parents lied to us about Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and all this other stuff, and destroyed our belief in an invisible creator, something that we can't see. Then we don't believe in it because our parents lied to us. We believed it once, but our parents destroyed that perfect belief after they told us that they'd been lying to us all them years, that Santa Claus and Easter Bunny wasn't real. And then so our mind now applies that to our creator, and our mind's been attacked and injured. And our perfect belief, which all children are born with, is a gift from Yahuwah, given it to them as a gift. And they've lost it. It's been injured and in a lot of cases even destroyed. And we can go ahead and use that excuse if we want to. But what we got to realize is became into a new birth. Okay, so that old man, that's belief was destroyed or harmed as a child, usually through the people who loved us the most, our parents, has died with the old man. Now we're reborn again. We become spiritual children of Yahuwah. And so now that since we've been reborn, we've been given that perfect belief back. And so we need to use it and believe in it and use it just like we did when we were little kids. And don't doubt. Because we can destroy our own perfect belief through our rebirth. Yahuwah give us perfect belief to everyone that's reborn with water and ruach. And then we carry over and let the Satan, the demons, our old man, put thoughts in our head, the same old thoughts. I don't know. I want this to be true, but I'm not real sure if it is. We're just destroying our own belief given to us again at our rebirth. And we're hurting ourselves now, destroying our own belief, pure, perfect belief given to us at Yahuwah at birth as a spiritual child, a child of light. You see what I'm saying? He's renewed that belief. Don't destroy it with your old man, your old experiences. Don't let them destroy that new birth, that new perfect belief given to you by Yahuwah when you were born of the water and the ruach. Keep it, man. Hang on to it. Believe with everything you got. Get rid of all the doubt and see what starts happening to you and people around you. It's powerful stuff here now. Okay, let's take a look at Isaiah 38. See, right now, everybody's mind's attacking them. Oh, that was for those people back in them days. That ain't for us. Oh, Yahuwah doesn't do that anymore. Oh, that's not possible anymore. Why did Yahushua say that you would be able to do everything he did and even more than he did once you receive the Ruach, once you've been reborn? So stop believing your old man and start believing what Yahushua said. He said you can do it, and it's possible through your belief. Through your belief. Your belief is what makes it happen. Your unbelief is what keeps it from happening. So if it's not happening for you, that's the first clue that you have unbelief. You're persecuting the new you, the new creature. You're destroying your own perfect belief given to you by Yahuwah at your rebirth. Stop doing that to yourself. It doesn't apply. The old man's dead. Leave him dead. With all that broken and hurt and destroyed belief, leave it in the grave. You've now been resurrected as a new creature from above. In Yahuwah. You're his child now. Act like it. Look at Isaiah 38, 1 through 8. In those days, Chizkiyahu was sick and near death. And Yashayahu, the prophet, the son of Amoz, came to him and said to him, Thus said Yahuwah, set your house in order, for you are going to die and not live. And Chizkiyahu turned his face toward the wall and prayed to Yahuwah and said, I pray, O Yahuwah, please remember how I have walked before you in truth and with a perfect heart, and have done what is good in your eyes. And Chizkiyahu wept bitterly. And the word of Yahuwah came to Yashayahu, saying, Go and say to Chizkiyahu, Thus said Yahuwah, the Elohim of Daud, your father, I have heard your prayer. I have seen your tears. See, I am adding 15 years to your Yamim. And out of the hand of the sovereign of Asher, I shall deliver you in this city and protect this city. And this is the sign to you from Yahuwah, that Yahuwah does this word which he has spoken. See, I'm bringing the shadow on the sundial, which has gone down with the sun on the sundial of Akaz, 10 degrees backwards. And the sun returned 10 degrees on the dial by which it had gone down. So here you go now. So this is showing pretty good belief with this man that he prayed, reminded Yahuwah of the things that he did for him, and Yahuwah saying, yes, you did, and I'm going to give you 15 more years. And proof of this is I'm going to turn back time. I'm going to make time go backwards instead of forward for you because of his belief. That's why Yahuwah did these things. Do you think this man, when he wept and cried to Yahuwah and pleaded to Yahuwah, petitioned Yahuwah, was doing it with unbelief? Certainly not. He was doing it fully believing that Yahuwah would reward him for his works, his good works, and he would grant him longer life. And Yahuwah did. So this man's belief is what extended his life. And he even gave him a victory in battle, and he also gave him a sign of turning time backwards because of this man's belief. If we get going through this, we're going to see pretty clearly here, man, that Yahuwah doesn't do a whole lot of anything unless you have belief. He responds to our belief more than anything else. And it's going to become pretty apparent as we continue on through this study. Don't worry. We're going to get deeper and deeper into this distraction, obstacle of distraction thing as well. We can apply it to all these, but I don't want to muddy the waters and get anybody confused here. We're going to get into it a lot deeper, and you'll see it toward the end of this study, what's happening. For right now, let's just stay the course. So Psalms 105 says, oh, wait a minute, let's not go there. Instead, let's go to, let's see. Let's look at Let's look at John 3:36. Let's go into the Nazarene writing. So John Yehukanan 3:36 says, "He who believes in the Son possesses everlasting life. But he who does not obey the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of Elohim remains on him." Okay. So most of us are familiar with John 3:16, but they never teach us for complete the lesson and teach us to go all the way to John 3:36. So what's happening here? Okay, so he who believes in the Son possesses everlasting life. But he who does not obey the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of Elohim remains on him. Why? Because he really is not believing. If you believe in the Son, you have everlasting life, right? If you truly believe. But if you don't, you're just giving it more lip service, and you have doubts in your mind, then that means that you really don't believe, and your disobedience proves that. And that's why it's saying, "But he who does not obey the Son shall not see life." Because if you're not obeying him, if you say you believe in him, but you're not obeying him, then you're lying. That's an oxymoron. It can't be. Because if you believe in him, then you would obey him because you would fear him and you would know who he is and what he's capable of. And you would be fearful to the point where there's no way you're going to disobey him. So the disobedience shows disbelief, and therefore they don't possess everlasting life because they really do not believe. They can tell you they believe all they want, write even books about it. But if they don't obey, then that's telling us by their actions that they don't truly believe. And what are they believing in? That he came, walked on the earth? What are they believing in? They have to be believing in the blood, in his blood, sacrifice. That's what changed everything, was the blood. So who believes in the Son possesses everlasting life, and you believe the Son came as your sacrificial offering and to blot out your sins and make you so that you can be declared right and all your sins be blotted out and removed so that you can receive a pardon and let out, because you're not the same person that was convicted and sentenced to death. You become a different person. You became a spiritual child now in your rebirth. See, so through the process of the shedding of the blood is the power that gives us, that allows us to have a second chance or receive a pardon. That's what you're believing in, is the power of the blood of the Lamb. So you're discarding or denying the power of the blood of animals and ritual ceremonies like male circumcision, adult male circumcision, and getting rid of that, and which only leads to disbelief. And you're accepting the blood of the Lamb of Yahuwah and believing in the power, and the resurrection power, the power of the blotting out the sins, the resurrection power of Mashiach, the Lamb of Yahuwah. See, so that's the big difference here. You have to believe that like a little kid, a child like mine. Why? Because it's not happening every day. See, the animal blood procedures, rituals was done every day. And sometimes twice or three times on special days. right? And so they were seeing that with their own eyes. They would purchase the lamb or whatever, bring it with them, and they would take it in, give it to the priest, and the priest would sacrifice it, bleed them, and sacrifice them, whatever they were doing. And the people saw this. And so they didn't have to believe because it was visible to them. They saw them doing these acts, these religious acts. So there was really no belief other than maybe they thought or believed that the animal blood would hide their sin from the face of Yahuwah. Maybe some of them did believe that, and that was a false belief. It wasn't true. It was just what they were hoping would happen. But here now, Yahusha, the Lamb of Yahuwah, shed his blood one time. And only that generation was the ones that saw it. All the other generations never saw it. They only have to believe it happened. You have to believe it happened. So you're believing on something that you didn't see happen. Okay? And not only that, you have to believe that that was the Messiah, the Lamb of Yahuwah, because only the Lamb of Yahuwah contained the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh that could wash away your sins, blot out your transgressions. See that? So you got to believe in that blood was actually the Ruach HaKodesh's blood. You have to believe that Yahusha was the Mashiach, the anointed one, the Lamb of Yahuwah. And you have to believe that it happened because you're not able to physically see it happen every day. Like they could actually see them sacrificing those animals. So they really didn't have to believe because they saw it. Belief is believing on something unseen. Okay. Including the belief in he was the Mashiach and he did contain the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh, the anointed, the blood that was for atonement for the world. So we have to believe in that. That's what belief in him is all about here. It's a big difference. It's not believing in his existence or that he walked the earth, but believing in who he was. He was the Mashiach, contained the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh, and believe he shed his blood for the forgiveness of sins. And we have to believe that because we can't see it. It only happened once. Only that particular generation at that particular time period in that particular place was able to see it. Everybody else has to believe it on something they did not see. See that? See what I'm talking about? Are you picking up what I'm laying down? Look at Yahuwah 9:11. Turn that ceiling fan on, getting warm in here. Things are heating up. Look at Yahuwah 9:11. Through 25. He said this, and after that he said to them, our friend Eleazar has fallen asleep, but I am going there to wake him up. Therefore the pupil said to him, Master, if he has fallen asleep, he shall recover. But Yahusha had spoken about his death, whereas they thought that he spoke of taking rest and sleep. So then Yahusha said to them plainly, Eleazar has died, and for your sake I am glad I was not there, in order for you to believe. But let us go to him. So this is kind of amazing that he said that basically he allowed Eleazar's death in order for the pupils to have their belief increased. Pretty wild, isn't it? So maybe perhaps up to this point, they wouldn't have believed that somebody could be woke up from the dead. And so Yahusha did this in order to help increase their belief. Thomas, who was called the twin, then said to his fellow pupils, Let us also go so that we die with him. So they said, oh boy, here we go. They're going to get him and kill him for sure. Therefore, when Yahusha arrived, he found that he had already been 4 days in the tomb. It had to be 4 days because back then the tradition of the Prussian was that when somebody died, their spirit hovered above their body for 3 days and 3 nights, and if they wake up from the dead, it would just because their spirit went back into their body. So he had to wait for the 4th day to come so that people couldn't say that happened. They'd have to admit it was from some other source of power because it was 4 days. And spirit would have departed from the body by then. And that's why he waited those 4 days, because of the traditions of the Pharisees. Now, Bethania was near Jerusalem, about 3 kilometers away, and many of the Yehudim had come to Martha and Miriam to comfort them. Martha then, when she heard that Yahusha was coming, met him, but Miriam was sitting in the house. And Martha then said to Yahusha, Master, if you have been here, my brother would not have died. But even now I know that whatever you might ask of Elohim, Elohim shall give you. That's pretty decent faith, belief. Yahusha said to her, your brother shall rise again. And Martha said to him, I know that he shall rise again in the resurrection at the last day. And Yahusha said to her, I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me, though he dies, he shall live. And there again, not just believe in him, that he walked the earth, but believed in who he was, the Mashiach, who contained the powerful, pure blood of the Ruach HaKodesh was flowing through his veins. And everyone that is living and believing in me, living and believing in me, shall never die at all. Do you believe this? And she said to him, yes, Master, I believe that you are the Mashiach, the son of Elohim, who is coming into the world. So there you go. So Miriam and Martha, the sisters of Elisar, were really close friends with Yahusha. And Martha had, was believing that he could do whatever, he wanted to do. Elohim would do it for him. And she also said, yes, Master, I believe that you are the Mashiach, which would be the son of Elohim, who's coming to the world as their sacrificial offering. But I don't think she understood all that depth. I think it was really above her head. And so she believed some things, but her ignorance perhaps kept her from fully understanding, and maybe her hearing was dull. She had dull hearing. It doesn't seem she understood everything at that point in her. And so she would, this is one of those examples. I believe, Master, but help me with my unbelief. See what I'm saying? Okay, look at Yehukanan 14, 10, and 11. It says, do you not believe that I am in the Father and the Father is in me? The words that I speak to you, I do not speak from myself, but the Father who stays in me does his works. Believe me that I am in the Father and the Father in me. Otherwise, believe me because of the works themselves. Now he's adding a little bit here, saying that he wants them to believe that he's the Ruach HaKodesh incarnated, and that his blood is the pure, perfect blood of the Ruach HaKodesh that's going to take away the sins of the world, be a perfect sacrifice to fulfill all the requirements of the law, so that the sins of the world can be blotted out. So here he's kind of emphasizing that, if you see what I'm saying. And so as we get deeper into this, you're going to see where that comes into play, where what the belief is, not in him, That's just the finger. Okay, the value is in the blood that he's going to shed. You see what I'm saying? Look at Yehukanan 16, 28 and 31. I came forth from the Father and have come into the world. Again, I leave the world and go to the Father. His people said to him, see, now you are speaking plainly and not using a figure of speech. Now we know that you know all and have no need that anyone should question you. By this we believe that you came forth from Elohim. So now they're believing that he wasn't just born at that moment of time, and his his incarnation, his birth from Mary was his beginning. See, they're seeing beyond that, and they're saying that with this we believe that you came forth from Elohim. And Yahuwah answered them and said, do you now believe? And now he's saying, an hour is coming, and now is come that you are scattered each to his own and leave me alone. And so he's telling me you still don't believe. So he knew if they had childlike belief or not. And he knew it. Even though they said, we believe that you came from Elohim, and not, of Mary, but was translated into Mary's womb, was born, incarnated, and contained the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh. And he said, do you really believe that? And and now he's proving to them that they don't have childlike belief, at least not yet. They do get it, but not right then and there. They did not have it. Okay. So look at, we're getting ready to get into the meat and potatoes here. So I'm just kind of not hurrying that long here, but I'm a little rushing it because I want to get into the real message here, and that's for us to be able to recognize the obstacles of distraction that keep us from childlike belief and distract us from understanding the truth and receiving the real message, the value that's given to us in those lessons. And Satan's really good at that. And I'm anxious to get there. So bear with me. So James, Jacob, if you will, most of us probably know that this letter was really written by Yahushua's half brother Jacob. It's credited to James because King James authorized the English version to be written. And so in honor of King James, they removed Jacob's name and placed James's name here in this letter and gave James credit for writing this letter. At least his name would be known and remembered for generations, right? But this really is not the letter from James. It's not the authorship here. It's Jacob, half-brother of Yahushua. But for clarification, James 2:8 to the end. If you truly accomplish the sovereign law according to the scripture, you shall love your neighbor as yourself, you do well. But if you show partiality, you commit sin, being found guilty by the Torah as offenders. So factions are illegal. For whoever shall guard all the Torah and yet stumble in one point, he is guilty of all. Just 1 point. Whoever shall guard all the Torah and yet stumble in 1 point is guilty of all. For he who said, do not break wedlock, also said, do not murder. Nor if you do not break wedlock, but you do murder, you have become a transgressor of Torah. So speak and so do as those who are to be judged by a Torah of freedom. For the judgment is without compassion to the one who has shown no compassion, and compassion boasts over judgment. My brothers, what use is it for anyone to say he has belief but does not have works? This belief is unable to save him. And if a brother or sister is naked and in need of daily food, but one of you says to them, go in peace, be warmed and be filled, but you do not give them the bodily needs, what use is it? So also belief, if it does not have works, is in itself dead. But someone might say, you have belief and I have works. Show me your belief without your works, and I shall show you my belief by my works. You believe that Elohim is one? You do well. The demons also believe and tremble. But you do not wish to know, foolish man. But do you wish to know, foolish man, that the belief without the works is dead? Was not Abraham, our father, declared right by your works when he offered Yitzchak, his son, on the altar? Now here when he says, do you not wish to know, foolish man, that belief without works is dead? Now he's addressing those who are disobedient to the Ten Commandments. That's who he's talking about there. Was not Abraham, our father, declared right by works when he offered Yitzchak, the son on the altar, his son on the altar? Do you see that belief was working with his works? And by the works, the belief was perfected or proven. And the scripture was concluded, which says, Abraham believed Elohim, and it was reckoned to him for righteousness, and he was called Elohim's friend. You see then that a man is declared right by works and not by belief alone. In the same way, was not Rachab the whore also declared right by works when she received the messengers and sent them out another way? For as the body without the Ruach is dead, so also the belief is dead without the works. So there you go. Very powerful stuff here. This shows us that if they have no obedience, this is back to John 3:36, same thing. If they have no obedience, it proves that they do not truly believe, do they? No. So the wrath of Yahuwah remains on them, no matter what they say. If you truly believe, then you'll get everlasting life, whoever believes in him. But that doesn't mean you just believe in his existence or the stories about him. Okay, this means that you believe to the point where you fear him, and proof of that is that you're obedient. You remain obedient to the end. You endure with your obedience. That proves you truly believe. Not in his existence, but in the blood that he had in his veins, the blood that got shed, the blood of the Ruach. You believe he was the Mashiach, and flowing through his veins was the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh that would be spilt for the sins of the world. That's a big difference in just believing in his existence. And we can believe in the existence of a moose. Don't mean nothing. So this is very powerful, man. This takes childlike belief in order to stay obedient, because you're fearing him. You believe in him so much, and who he is, who he said he was, who he is, and the blood that he shed, that you remain obedient in fear of him, because you know that he can destroy both body and being in Gehenna. And so you're not going to disobey him if you truly believe that. You're not going to disobey him unless you're just not his. If you're his, there's no way you're not going to believe or disobey. All right, look at Jacob or James there, 5:14 to 20. Is anyone among you sick? Let him call for the elders of the assembly and let them pray over him, having anointed him with oil in the name of the master. And the prayer of the belief, hear that? The prayer of the belief shall save the sick, and the master shall raise him up, and if he has committed offenses, he shall be forgiven. So prayer of the belief is saying it's being said, somebody's praying a prayer and believing it happened. Not that it will happen, but that it happened because they prayed it in the name of Yahushua, who they believe in. Like with a childlike belief. Them little kids, when they tell them Santa Claus is going to come down that chimney and leave them presents, and they go to bed, they're going to bed with expectation and belief, and anticipation, and when they get up in the morning, those gifts are going to be there. So in their little minds, it already happened. Santa Claus came, left them presents, and then when they wake up, they get up and they know them presents are there. Like it already happened before they even see it. And that's the type of belief you need to have, or you need to recapture. You have it if you were reborn, unless you give it back away. See what I'm saying? We need to move on, people. We need to get up and move on and be courageous and strong in our newfound belief, our new given belief, our new gift from Yahuwah. And we need to start acting like little kids with childlike belief, and not only praying, but believing that our prayers have happened after we pray them, or as we're praying them, that they happen. We have no doubt they happen. It's going to happen. We know it because we believe it that deeply. And that's maturity, man. That's moving beyond the elementary world of belief. Yeah. Confess your trespasses to one another and pray for one another so that you are healed. The earnest prayer of a righteous one accomplishes much. See, so the earnest prayer of a righteous one who truly believes, a childlike belief, accomplishes much. And you can see that as we read through the Tanakh, the amazing things that were happening because of these people's childlike belief. Eliyahu, or Elijah, was a man with feelings like us, and he prayed earnestly that it would not rain. And it did not rain on the land for 3 years and 6 months. And he prayed again, and the heaven gave rain, and the land brought forth its fruit. Brothers, if anyone among you goes astray from the truth and someone turns him back, let him know that he who turns an offender from the strain of his way shall save a life from death and cover a great number of offenses. So love covers a multitude of sins. Love covers all transgressions. If you've graduated, if you've completed the Torah, and you're now a love professional, skilled at love, you can do great things if you only believe like a little child. It's time we get to that point. We're in the end of the latter days, folks. No more time to fool around. We need to get there. All right, we're going to get into a little bit meat and potatoes here now. Now look at Luke 7:50. It says, and he said to the Yasha, your belief has delivered you. Go in peace. So here this woman had many sins. Yahushua forgave her sins. She loved him a lot, and he forgave all her sins, and he told her, your belief has delivered you. Go in peace. So this is proof here now that her belief is what delivered her. Okay, nothing else but her belief. So she had childlike belief in who he was, the Mashiach, and that he was going to shed the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh. He was the Messiah. And she believed that he could deliver her and heal her. And her belief was set and concrete. And she believed it with all her mind and all her heart. Childlike belief. She had no doubting. And he said, your belief has delivered you. Go in peace. You see that? It's crucial. There's proof of it. He says that all the time. The finger, if you will, here was her sins, was her flesh. But the value here, the lesson here, was her belief, was her childlike belief, man. That was the moon. So people look on this and they think, oh, this is all about, getting down there and kissing his feet and begging him and praying to him, asking him to deliver you, asking him to forgive you your sins, crying and carrying on. Okay. And he'll repenting and he'll forgive you. But the object here, the truth of it, the value, was her childlike belief. Because Yahusha credits her deliverance to her belief, her childlike belief. He says, your belief has delivered you. Go in peace. You see it? So if we focus on this woman's past, who she is, what she's doing, her sins, her repentance, her remorse, and all this, and what she's doing, we lose sight of what this whole story is all about. What the wisdom is, what the understanding is, what the true message is, what's the value of this lesson. And it's her belief, her childlike belief. All these other words and this language is nothing. It's not the truth. It's just the tools that are pointing to the truth. We have to be able to see the truth and the value in the lesson, not the finger. All right. Here we go now. Luke 8. So let's take a look here at Luke 8:48. It says, and he said to her, take courage, daughter, your belief has healed you. Go in peace. So we find the same exact value here, same exact truth, that all this, everything that's written here in this little event or this little story here in 8 is nothing more than words and language that is not the truth in itself, but only a way to find the truth. So the words and the language here is only pointing to the truth, which is her childlike belief has healed her. And so we need to have childlike belief. Okay. All right. So here's where I'm going to try to get deeper on an example of what an obstacle of distraction is, because we need to see it. Every time we read something, we need to see all the obstacles of distraction that is only there to lead us astray. If we stop and point at them and talk about them and argue about them, we'll never receive the truth. We'll never get any value out of the story and why it's in the scriptures of truth to begin with. We'll totally miss it, man. We'll miss the boat, miss the plane. We'll be left holding an empty bag because we didn't realize that we were only looking at the finger and not the moon. All right. So let's back it up and get a good look at this, because this is a really good example. So here we go. And back up to 43. And Elisha, having a flow of blood for 12 years, who, having spent all her wealth on physicians, was unable to be healed by any, came from behind and touched the zitzis of his garment, and immediately her flow of blood stopped. Okay, this is an obstacle of distraction. This has nothing to do with zitzis, whether we should wear them or whether we should not. It briefly lets us know that Yahushua was born under the old priesthood, and therefore he was obeying Torah. Now, we already know this because when he was born, back in Luke 1, when he was born, his father, stepdad, Joseph, and his mother, Miriam, after 7 days of uncleanness, and after they had to wait the time period, after on the 8th day, they had to circumcise him. So he was circumcised under the law of the Torah because he came in during the old priesthood. He was born under the old priesthood laws. Now here he's wearing these zitzits, which lets us know that. And so what that tells us, probably the biggest positive thing that this lets us know, is that when he died, he shed his blood and was resurrected to begin anew. The law changed; it became a different situation, and now everybody was under the new covenant, the everlasting covenant. He had renewed it, and it had become new. And so, therefore, if something's new, then the laws have to change. And so it explains that to us, that while he was born and walking, it was still the old covenant. Afterwards, it became the new covenant after his death, burial, and resurrection and ascension. Okay. So this is just a distraction if we hang on this. This ain't telling us anything. There's no value here, really. There's information and knowledge of when the old covenant stopped and the new covenant started, but that's about it. Matter of fact, there's no zitzits on the garment of the high priest. There's pomegranates and gold bells. And Yahushua, when he died, part of the fulfillment was he would become, or the promises, he would become our high priest under the order of Melchizedek, which means he would wear the high priest garments. And those zitzits on them. Look it up, Exodus. So anyway, we can go there. I mean, no biggie. Exodus 28:33. Exodus 28:33 says, and on its hem you shall make pomegranates of blue and purple and scarlet material all around its hem, and bells of gold between them all around. A golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate on the hem of the robe all around. There it is. So, unfortunately, Satan's very tricky. And he's had everybody focus on this. Now, there's other translations that don't even have that on there. Okay? And there's a point to why I'm saying this. And stick with me on it so you can understand. Okay, so in the BYNV, we have the Zitzith on his garments. And here we're specifically talking about verse 44. The Hallelujah Scriptures, it says Zitziths. In the ISR, it says Zitziths. On the Sefer, Dr. Pigeon's Sefer, it says border of his garment. She grabbed the border of his garment, touched it. The NIV says edge of his cloak. King Jimmy says border of his garment. The NLT says fringe of his robe, of his robe, the fringes of his robe she touched. The NKJV says the hem of his garment. And all the other ones have, say, one or the other of these. Okay? And the point here is, the reason all this confusion's here and this difference in translations is because it's not the focal point of this message. It's a distraction. It's an object of distraction that Satan uses to make everybody focus in on that word right there, Zitzith, so that they never, ever understand the value in this teaching. They never, ever get to the truth. They're always being taught, but never, ever understand the truth because of this obstacle of distraction. It means nothing. It's not even worth hanging on. Here, hang on a minute. Let me see if I can get this to come up. Okay, here we go. I'm going to try to do a screen share for you. I want you to understand this fully. This isn't a matter of whether we should be wearing zitzits or not. It's not. This has nothing to do with that. It's not the focal point. It's not the conversation. It's not the value. This is nothing more than an obstacle of distraction. That's all this is. And if we allow it, then we'll never come into the truth. You never, ever receive the true message. You never understand the truth. Here, why this is even in here. Why is this story even written in here? Because it has a message. It has value. It has truth. And that zitzit that she touched isn't it. Otherwise, why do you have 20 different translations saying different words, calling it something different, just to create more chaos and confusion? Why? Because it's not the value. The value, the truth, never changes in any of the translations. They're all the same. They're all the same. They don't change. But this does, because it's not the focal point. It's not the lesson. You need to forget about zitzit. They don't mean nothing here. So here we go. This I'll try to explain this to you as best I can. I was hoping I could get that to be bigger, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to. But I think you can still see it. Okay, what this is a lyric. It's called Hem of His Garment, okay? And the hem of his garments found in the New King James Version and some of the King James versions as well. And they've created a song, and they even praising and worshiping this obstacle of distraction. This proves to you that this is a stratagem of Satan, of Hashatan, of the devil. Okay, so this lyric song is written by Glenn Rice. Okay, and it's just focus on the first verse here, really. It says, a woman one day tried many physicians. This is the lyrics of this song. But daily grew worse. In the Bible, we're told. But when she had heard, she came to the J-man, and she found what she needed for her body and soul. If I could just touch the hem of his garment, if I could just touch one part of his clothes, I know I'd be healed, my sins all forgiven. If I could just touch him, I know I'd be whole. So there you go. They're singing songs to this obstacle of distraction. Okay? Now, the point being here is the reason that this is all going on is because Satan doesn't want you to know the truth. He doesn't want you to receive the value of this lesson. He wants you to continue to look at the finger of the teacher so that you don't see what he's pointing at, which is the moon, which is the truth. You see that? So this isn't about whether to wear them or not to wear them. This isn't about them at all. And depending on which translation you read, it may say hem of garment, zitzit, or fringe, or just his garment. Don't matter, because this isn't what the lesson's about. It's a distraction away from the lesson. So if we continue on in every single translation, we find what it really was. And as we go down through here, it says in 48, and he said to her, take courage, daughter, your belief has healed you. Go in peace. There's your value. That's why this story is in this chapter, period. It's not there to prove that you have to wear zitzits or not. This is back during the old priesthood. It doesn't matter. It's not what he's telling us. He's not teaching us where we have to wear them after his death. Obviously, these people that were living in the time he came should have been wearing them. But it's not what it's all about. It's minute. It's mox nix. There's no lesson to be learned. There's no value in it. Unless you want it to be. If you want to sing songs about these zitzits or these garments or hymns, praise and worship them and focus on them, go for it, man. But that's not what it's about. Every single translation has the same value. Your belief has healed you. Go in peace. That's what this is about, whether you like it or not. It's what Yahushua's saying. Her belief, her childlike belief is what this is all about. And what he's saying is you have to have childlike belief. You have to. You cannot enter into the reign of Yahuwah without childlike belief. And we're going to see that. I'm going to show you proof of that as we continue on. This message here is the second time we have received it. We just received it back here in 750. And he said to the Asha, your belief has delivered you. Go in peace. This is the second time we're receiving this message right here. Your belief has healed you. Go in peace. And all these other situations are going to have that same message. It's the value. It's the truth. It's what will get you delivered. not whether or not you wear tzitzits or not. That's not the point here. Okay, so what's the situation here with why she touched the hem of his garment? Does that matter? No. It just means that she was desperate. She had already heard that many, many people were coming to Yahusha, and all they had to do was touch him, and they were being healed of their diseases. And she already heard about this. And so what did she do? Well, she says, I need to find him, and if I could just touch him, I'll be healed like all these other people are. And so that's what she did. She set out on this effort to find him and touch him and be healed. Well, when he finally came to where she was, or she found where he was, he just happened to be in a throng. There was a crowd that followed him. He went into this town. It became a throng. He got thronged. So what thronged means is the crowd became so tight. It surrounded him and pushed on him. That's what throng means. It pressured him to the point where when you're in a throng, you're like this. You're in a sardine can. You can't move hardly at all. You're being pressured from every side. It says they couldn't even eat bread. They couldn't lift their hand and put bread in their mouth because they were thronged. And so he was thronged. So how did this woman, it says master of the throng, when she touches him, he says, who touched me? And when all denied it, Kepha and those with him said, master of the throng crowds you and presses upon you, and you say, who touched me? And then Yahusha said, somebody did touch me, for I knew power went out from me. So what's happening? All these people, this crowd turned into a throng, and he was thronged. He was getting smashed and squished. And if you've ever felt that or experienced that, it's a scary feeling. I mean, you're scared. I've experienced it. I've been in huge crowds, anywhere from 30,000 to 1 million people. I've also been in throngs where I was scared, man. It's like, man, if they keep pushing or something, I fall down, I could get trampled on and killed. I mean, you realize there's danger in a throng. In a crowd, you can still move freely among the people. But when you're thronged, it's a whole different feeling. I mean, you can't move. You're scared. You're scared because of how tight everybody's got you pushed. You can't move. You have no escape. It's a scary feeling. It's different than a crowd. So here he is. He's thronged, and the people touching him and squishing him and pressed against him in all directions. And this little old lady with this disease is somehow gets in there and somehow gets her little arm in there and touches his robe, his garment, wherever it was. Okay. The point isn't that she touched him, got in there and was able to touch him, which was, to me, was a miracle in itself within a throng. She must have been positioned in a place that allowed it, like a narrow place between walls or houses or something, that she was positioned where when he walked by, she was able to reach through those people. I mean, there's people that suggest that she was actually on the ground and crawling on the ground and reached up and was able just to barely touch his tassels or tzitzits on his garment as he walked by, because in reason she touched him so low like that was because she was down on the ground crawling between the legs of other people, crawling through legs and stuff, and then people and get up there to touch the bottom of his hem of his garment. Okay. Whether you believe that or not, it could be true. How else did she get to do that unless she just reached out as far as she could and then she had to go down real low to the ground, and she just was able to touch maybe with her fingertip the hem of his garment. Something. Okay, so the point there is that her touching his hem wasn't something spectacular or something that we should grab a hold of and sing songs about and praise it and worship and go crazy over it. That's what she touched what she could touch. It was all she had. It was her last ditch effort to touch him and get healed. And that was the only place she had a chance to touch him as he was walking by. And the reason that he was within all those thousands of people, and everybody was touching him. Everybody was. They were all touching him, pressed up against him, squishing him like a sardine can. And this little lady just barely brushes the hem of his garment, and power goes out of him. Why? Because of the value in this story. The value that this little old lady's childlike belief healed her. And he even says so. Yahushua himself says so. He says, take courage, daughter. Your belief has healed you. Go in peace. See what I'm saying? Picking up what I'm laying down here. So the value here, folks, but we can't lose focus. I don't care if you think you should wear zitzis or you don't think you should wear zitzis. That's not the point. If you make that the point, then you are under a delusion. You are under Satan's snare. You are looking at an obstacle of distraction and missing the entire truth. That you have to have childlike belief in order to go into the reign of Yahuwah. And that's what this little story is all about. That's why it's even in here. Look at Mark 3:20. You get Mark 3:20. This is in all in other books as well. I mean, it's not exclusive to Luke. But look in Mark 3:20. And again, the throng, see, it's a throng, came together so that they were unable even to eat bread. See that? So throng is much different than a crowd. She was desperate, man, to touch him. And she didn't care where. She just needed to touch him because her childlike belief made her believe with no doubts that she would be healed of her disease or her flow of blood. See what I'm saying? So if we look at, say, Matthew 9. We go to Matthew 9:20. Says, and seeing Nasha, who had a flow of blood for 12 years, came from behind and touched the zitzits of his garment. For she said to herself, if only I touch his garment, I shall be healed. And Yahushua turned, and when he saw her, he said, take courage, daughter, your belief has healed you. And Nasha was healed from that hour. See that? Okay, look over at Mark 5. Now, I'm still reading out the BYNV. If I read out some other translations, it wouldn't be saying this. But that's not fair to jump around like that to prove a point. I've already expressed that point, because I told you what it said in these other translations. Okay, so I'm not going to beat that up because that's not with the lesson here. I just need you to see what the truth is, what the value is, and why this little story's in here. And it's not teaching us whether we should wear zitzits or not wear zitzits. Okay, that's just, those are just words, man. Language and stuff is not the truth itself. Okay, it's only pointing the way to find the truth. And the truth, the value here is this childlike belief this old woman had. Look at Mark 5:22. And see, one of the rulers of the assembly came up. That's not it. Let's just back down a little bit here. Okay, here we go. And a large, at 23, and a large throng was following him, and they were crowding him. He was being thronged. And a certain Asha had a flow of blood for 12 years and had suffered much from many physicians and spent all that she had, and it was no better, but rather became worse. Having heard about Yahusha, she came behind him in the throng and touched his tzitzit, for she said, if I only touch his tzitzit, I shall be made well. Okay. A lot of other translations say something totally different than that. Okay. So the fact that the point I'm making here is she wasn't focused on his tzitzit, man. She was focused on touching him, and she didn't care where she touched him. The reason she touched him on the hem of his garment there like that, or on that tzitzit, because that's the only place she got. She had an opportunity to touch him when he was walking by. It wasn't her target. It's silly. If you make it the target and you make it all about that tzitzit, then you might as well go start singing that song I just showed you. Go ahead and memorize that song and run around singing on it if you think that that's got power, if that's the truth and that's the value in this little story. It's not. I'm sorry, but it is not. It's the little old woman's childlike belief. Okay? All right, so I'm going to move on from there. I don't want to kick a dead horse either. So that was just an example of what I'm trying to study with you tonight about exposing these obstacles of distraction that's in scriptures that the devil uses as the value. He wants you to think that that's what the lesson's all about, to keep you from finding the truth or the value of the lesson given to you by Yahuwah. Can't you see how that would get you way off track? Let's take a look now at Luke. Look at Luke 17. Uh, 3 through 6. Take heed for yourselves. If your brother sins against you, rebuke him. And if he repents, forgive him. And if he sins against you 7 times in a day, and 7 times in a day comes back to you saying, I repent, you shall forgive him. And the emissary said to the master, give us more belief. And the master said, if you have belief as a mustard seed, you would say to this mulberry tree, be pulled up by the roots and be planted in the sea, and it would obey you. Okay, so how many of us has that kind of belief like a little child where the master said, if I believe enough, this will happen. And you go out to a tree and say, get up and go throw yourself in the sea, and it would happen. And when you say it, you believe it happened as you're saying it. And it happened. Does any of us have the belief of a mustard seed? Or are we stuck on obstacles of distraction? So we can't even get the true message, the true value in order to even begin to believe like that or believe like a little child. Look at Luke 17, 11 through 19. And it came to be as he went to Jerusalem that he passed through the middle of Samaria and Galilee. And as he was entering into a certain village, he was met by 10 leprous men who stood at a distance. And they lifted up their voices, saying, Yahusha, Master, have compassion on us. And having seen them, he said to them, go show yourselves to the priests. And it came to be that as they were going, they were cleansed. And one of them, when he saw that he was healed, returned, praising Elohim with a loud voice. And he fell down upon his face at his feet, given thanks to him, and he was a Samaritan. And Yahusha answering said, were there not 10 cleansed? But where are the 9? Was no one found to return to give praise to Elohim except this foreigner? And he said to him, rise, go your way. Your belief has made you well. So what's amazing about this story is it doesn't appear that these 10 leopard men believed. You know, they were just going there almost like to see if he would do it. You know, they've heard that he can heal. Let's go find out if he really does. And when they did, those 9 they didn't have any interest in him. They had no more interest in thanking him, praising him, worshiping, getting to know him, or anything. They were just happy that it worked, and they were able to continue on with their lives, except for this one man. You know, and so his belief led him back to Yahusha in order to worship him and praise him and thank him and be grateful to him for what he did. And amazingly, Yahusha says, rise up and go your own way. Your belief has made you well, which meaning he delivered this man, and he was a foreigner. He totally healed him, meaning delivered him from his sins. He said, your belief has healed you. So this man that returned was able to achieve deliverance on top of his natural healing of his disease. The other 9 did not. They remained in their sins. Although their disease was cured, they remained in their sins. Amazing what belief does. Even just common belief does. But childlike belief is an amazing belief that we all need to understand that we need to get there. Okay? We ain't no more messing around, man. We're in the end of the latter days. We need to get there. All of us do. Yeah, the power that he felt coming out of him to heal that old woman was because of her belief, her childlike belief. Otherwise, why wasn't he feeling power leaving him and all these other people and this huge throng was touching him? Hundreds of people, maybe thousands. But only this little woman drew that power because she had childlike belief. And that's what healed her, was her childlike belief. It drew the healing power from him in order to heal her of her ailment. It wasn't him. It was her childlike belief. Luke 18, 35 through 43. Actually, let's jump over there and look at Luke 18, 15 and 17 real quick. And they also brought infants to him to touch them, but his pupils, seeing it, rebuked them. Infants. But Yahusha called them to him and said, let the little children come to me, and do not forbid them, for of such is the reign of Yahuwah. And truly I say to you, whoever does not receive the reign of Yahuwah as a little child shall certainly not enter into it. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So what's he talking about here? If you shall, anyone that has not received the reign of Yahuwah as a little child shall certainly not enter into it. Is he talking about acting like a little kid? Running around like childlike behavior? No. He's talking about childlike belief. That's what he's talking about. Not acting like a little kid, but believing like a little kid. That's what he's talking about. And if you don't, he said, you shall certainly not enter into the reign of Yahuwah without perfect childlike belief. It's the whole main theme of almost every parable and story and event in the scriptures. Is you have to have that childlike belief, man, for anything to happen. Everything else is an obstacle of distraction. whether you like it or not. Oh, I'm going to show you even more abomination than that. Singing and praising the hem of his garment or zitzit. That's ridiculous. It's not what it's about. First, let's go to Luke 18:35 through 43. And it came to be that as he was coming near Jericho, that a certain blind man was sitting by the way begging, and hearing crowds passing by, he asked what it meant. And they reported to him that Yahushua of Nazareth was passing by. And he cried out, saying, Yahusha, son of Daud, have compassion on me. And those going before were rebuking him that he should be silent. But he was crying out much more, Son of Daud, have compassion on me. And Yahushua stopped and commanded him to be brought to him. And when he had come near, he asked him, saying, what do you wish me to do for you? And he said, Master, to receive my sight. And Yahushua said to him, receive your sight. Your belief has delivered you. And immediately he received his sight and was following him, praising Elohim. And all the people, seeing it, gave praise to Elohim. So what's the subject matter? The healing? The miracle? In Scripture, miracles are called signs and wonders. The same thing, it's a miracle. That's what they call it. Scripture says signs and wonders, it means miracles. So what's this all about? This little short story, this blind man. Is it about him being healed of his affliction, his blindness? He was blind, but now he can see. Is that the moral of this story? Is that the value in this story? Is that the truth here? No, it is not. And if you make it that, then you're making this to be an obstacle of distraction. The value, the truth, the moon, if you will, is when Yahushua said to him, receive your sight, your belief has delivered you. Wow. Not only did his belief bring healing upon him, and he regained his sight, but it delivered him. His belief delivered him, his childlike belief. This man truly believed. He didn't have to touch him or do anything. He just said it. Receive your sight. Then he says, your belief has delivered you. And immediately he received his sight and began following Yahushua and praising Elohim. Mind blowing, man. It was because of his belief. You see what the truth is? Are you seeing the value in these little lessons? It's all hinges on your belief. We can't keep going around with weak belief, people. We got to stop saying, I believe, but help me with my unbelief. I mean, I'm pretty sure Yahuwah's getting sick and tired of hearing that. He wants to see a commitment. He wants to see truth. He wants to see your childlike belief, man. He wants you to believe what you're saying, and so that it becomes a reality. It really happens. Luke 22. (17 through 20) says, and taking the cup, giving thanks, he said, take this and divide it among yourselves, for I say to you, I shall certainly not drink of the fruit of the vine until the reign of Yahuwah comes. And taking bread, giving thanks, he broke it and gave it to them, saying, this is my body, which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me. Likewise, the cup also after supper, saying, this cup is the renewed covenant or the new covenant in my blood, which is shed for you. See, so we now have a new covenant, which means there had to be an old covenant, right? And so things change under the renewed covenant, or the new covenant, if you will. I'm not too sure of anything that's changed other than the old priesthood was annulled. There was no more need for it. And also the old covenant, he gave him a letter of divorce, which, makes that he got rid of the old covenant, which was written in stone. And he did it something new. He read it, took out the heart of stone and gave them a heart of flesh, and wrote it on their inward parts, put it in their mind, so that now they became the letter, the Ark of the Covenant, and it contained the letter. They became the letter, the walking Torah, inscribed in your heart and your inward parts in your mind, not on a rock that you got to carry around in an ark. So the old covenant was in the flesh. The new covenant or renewed covenant is in the spirit. And we now walk in spirit and truth, not in flesh, not with the slave woman of Sinai, but with the free woman of Jerusalem, spiritual woman. It's a different covenant. And we'll see it. We'll get to it. Okay, so look at I think I'm going to go past that. That was going to lead into a huge tangent, and I don't think I want to go there right now. Let's look at Matthew 5. Matthew chapter 8, verse 5. It says, and when Yahushua had entered Kepha-Nahum, a captain came to him, appealing to him, saying, Master, my servant is lying in the house paralyzed, grievously tortured. And Yahushua said to him, I shall come and heal him. And the captain answering said, Master, I am not worthy that you should come under my roof, but only say a word, and my servant shall be healed. For I too am a man under authority, having soldiers under me. And I say to this one, Go, and he goes, and to another, Come, and he comes, and to my servant, Do this, and he does it. And when Yahushua heard, he marveled and said to those who followed, Truly I say to you, not even in Israel have I found such great belief. And say to you that many shall come from east and west and sit down with Abraham and Yitzchak and Jacob in the reign of the Shemaim, but the sons of the rain shall be cast out into the outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of the teeth. And Yahushua said to the captain, Go, and as you have believed, so let it be done for you. And his servant was healed of that hour. So here it is. This man who Yahushua says, not even in Jerusalem have I found such great belief, of this centurion, this Roman soldier, is a quite amazing proclamation. But the only way to understand that is, well, what's the difference, since this is the greatest belief that he's ever found, even in Israel? There must have been some kind of a difference between this Roman soldier, the centurion's belief, and all those in Israel. And what that difference was that childlike belief. This man believed like a little child that Yahushua, all you would have to say is, be healed, and this man would be healed. And this, so you blew Yahusha's mind, and he pointed it out, So this great belief was childlike belief that this man had, and that's what he said. So not even in Israel had I found such great belief. And then he says, go as you have believed, so let it be done to you. And his servant was healed that hour. Because of his childlike belief, that man was healed. A lot of power in that type of belief. And it's the type of belief that we have to obtain to go into the reign of the Shemayim. Look at Matthew 9:18. To 22, it says, while he was saying all this to them, see, a ruler came and bowed down to him, saying, my daughter is dead by now, but come and lay your hand on her, and she shall live. And Yahusha rose and followed him, his Talmudim too. And see, and Nasha, who had flow of blood, I'm going to hit onto that one. Down to 23. Skip down to 23. And when Yahusha came into the ruler's house and saw the flute players and the multitude making a noise, he said to them, go back, for the girl is not dead, but sleeping. And they laughed at him. So who laughed at him? Well, the multitude that was in there, the flute and the players and the multitude laughed. And Luke says the parents laughed. Okay, but here we find out that the flute players and other people were in that house, and they were the ones that laughed when Yahusha said that she's not dead, she's just asleep. And actually the parent was the ruler of the congregation, was the father of the little girl. And when the crowd was put outside, so he run them all out, just Peter, Yahuchanan, Jacob, and the two parents were allowed to stay in there with him. And he went in and took her by the hand, and the girl arose, and this report went out into all that land. Okay, so what happened here? If it was true that the parents laughed and the multitude laughed and the flute players laughed, and then they were totally astonished after the little girl woke up, then it seems to me that the three Talmudim that was with him, Peter, Jacob, and Yahuchanan, were the ones that had the belief like a child in order for this little girl to be raised from the dead. See that? So very interesting. In other words, perhaps even if there's anybody at all present, or somebody who does have childlike belief, their prayer or their words can make things happen, even though other people around there don't believe. See what I'm saying? So the miracle can take place, the childlike belief of someone who's present at the time. It doesn't have to be everybody. And that's the point I was trying to make on that one. You can pick up what I'm laying down on that. Now here, let's look at Matthew 12, 22 through 30. Is an amazing thing here where Yahusha heals someone. And then there's a great display or example of unbelief accompanied with this miracle. So let's look at that real quick. It's in Matthew 12, 22. Then they brought to him one who was demon-possessed, blind and dumb. And he healed him so that the blind and dumb man both spoke and saw. So here it seems like, at least in Matthew here, that Yahusha just felt like healing this man. no matter what. So he can heal. Just because of people's unbelief doesn't mean he can't heal you. He still certainly can. He can do whatever he wants to do. But in most cases, he seems to choose only to heal according to one's belief and let it happen to them according to their belief. And so he restrains himself. But in other cases, it seems like he has favor on whomever he favors and compassion on whomever he has compassion. He does what he wants to do. And at least here in Matthew seems to be the case. And all the throngs were amazed and said, "Is this the son of Daud?" And when the Prushim heard it, they said, "This one does not cast out demons, except by Baal-zebub, the ruler of the demons." And Yahusha knew their thoughts and said to them, "Every reign divided against itself is laid waste, and every city or house divided against itself shall not stand. And if Shaitan casts out Shaitan, he is divided against himself. How then does his reign stand? And if I, by Beelzebul, do cast out demons, by whom do your sons cast them out? Because of this they shall be your judges, your own sons. But if I cast out demons by the Ruach of Elohim, then the reign of Yahuwah has come upon you. Or how is it one is able to enter a strong man's house and plunder his goods unless he first binds the strong man, and then he shall plunder his house? He who is not with me is against me, and he who does not gather with me scatters abroad. Because of this I say to you, all sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven men, but the blaspheming against the Ruach shall not be forgiven men. So there you go. There's an example of Yahuwah healing this man because he wants to, and then the non-belief or the unbelief of these onlookers doesn't even hinder him performing the miracle either. Okay, even he's just saying that for them to do that, it's blaspheming the Ruach, and that sin cannot be forgiven. So it's a great warning not to credit his miracles to the devil or demons. So that would be a pretty good. The lesson on that would be, unbelief. Be careful with what you're doing with your unbelief, because you could blaspheme the Ruach. That's amazing. 14, Matthew 14:22 says, and immediately made the Talmud to enter into the boat and go before him to the other side, while he dismissed the throngs. And having dismissed the throngs, he went up to the mountain by himself to pray. And when evening had come, he was alone there. But the boat was now in the middle of the sea, agitated by the waves, for the wind was against it. And in the fourth watch of the night, Yahusha went to them walking on the sea. And when the Talmudim saw him walking on the sea, they were troubled, saying, "Is it a phantom?" And from fear they cried. But immediately Yahusha spoke to them, saying, "Take courage, it is I, do not be afraid." So here they're thinking they're seeing a phantom, and they're all crying like little babies. They're scared to death. Boogeyman going to get him. And Kepha answered him and said, "Master, if it is you, order me to come to you on the water." And he said, "Come." And when Kepha had come down out of the boat, he walked on the water to go to Yahusha. But when he saw that the wind was strong, he was afraid and began to sink. He cried out, saying, "Master, save me." And immediately Yahushua stretched out his hand and took hold of him and said to him, "Oh, you of little belief, why did you doubt?" And when they came into the boat, the wind ceased, and those in the boat came and did bow down to him, saying, "Truly, you are the Son of Elohim." So what's up here? Basically, Peter, he said, "Oh, you of little belief, why did you doubt?" So here, Peter had some belief because he called him, "Oh, you of little belief." So it's not like he didn't have any belief at all. Kepha did have some belief. He had a little bit of belief. And he said, "Why did you doubt?" So in other words, why didn't you believe like a little child, Peter? You should have believed that there was meaning that you weren't going to drown, that you could walk on water. If you would have had childlike belief, you wouldn't have sunk. See that? And notice he said, "Master, save me," and he immediately grabbed him up. If he had childlike belief, Yahushua would not have had to save him. His belief would have delivered him from the drowning water. He'd have stayed on top of the water like Yahushua. You see the difference in all of that? The powerful stuff here, I'm telling you. It's just a matter if we can grasp it. You know, are we mature enough to reach out and take a hold of this understanding, this wisdom, this understanding of truth? It's there for us. We can all have it. We just got to reach out there, walk on that water with childlike belief. And then we don't need to save. Our belief it has delivered you. He wants you to have that type of belief. Matter of fact, he says you have to have it. Look at Matthew 15:21. And Yahushua went out from there and withdrew to the parts of Zor and Zidon. And seeing Asher of Canaan came from those borders and cried out to him, saying, "Have compassion on me, Master, son of Daud. My daughter is badly demon-possessed." But he did not answer her a word. And his talmidim came and asked him, saying, "Send her away, because she cries after us." And he answering said, "I was not sent to the lost sheep of the house, except to the lost sheep of the house of Yisrael." But she came and was bowing to him, saying, "Master, help me." And he answering said, "It is not good to take the children's bread and throw it to the little dogs." Little dogs being the Gentiles. But she said, "Yes, Master, for even the little dogs eat the crumbs which fall from their master's table." And Yahushua answering said to her, "Oh, Asha, your belief is great. Let it be done to you as you desire." And her daughter was healed that hour. Wow. That's mind-blowing, boy. That blows my mind right there. Oh, Asher, your belief is great. She had belief as a little child. And he said, "Let it be to you as you desire." Why? Because of her unbelievable belief, her mind-blowing belief, her childlike belief. That's why he said, "Whatever you desire, it's yours." You have great belief. This woman was amazing, and her belief was amazing. We need to get it. We all, every single one of us, we need to get this type of belief, especially in the end of the latter days where we find ourselves. We're here. We're here, man. We need this. Every single one of us watching needs this type of belief. We need Yahuwah to look down on us and say, "Oh, my servant, your belief is great." Wouldn't you want Yahuwah to look down on you and say that? Look at Matthew 18, 1 through 6. At that time, the Talmudim came to Yahusha, saying, Who then is greatest in the reign of the Shemayim? And Yahusha called a little child to him and set him in their midst and said, Truly I say to you, unless you turn and become as little children, you shall by no means enter into the reign of the Shemayim. And whoever then humbles himself as this little child is the greatest in the reign of the Shemayim. And whoever receives one little child like this in my name receives me. But whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it is better for him that a millstone be hung around his neck and that he be drowned in the depths of the sea. Wow. This is right out of the mouth of the master. And what he's saying here is, you better believe as a child. He ain't talking about acting, not the, child, not, he's not talking about acting as a child, behaving like a child. Is he? Of course not. He's talking about believing like a child. That's what he's talking about. Believe as a child. Or you ain't enter into the reign of the Shemayim. He wants us to have great belief, man. Great belief. And it's not an option here, folks. Not from what I just read. Truly I say to you, unless you turn and become as a little child, you shall by no means enter into the reign of the Shemayim. Doesn't sound like an option to me. Sounds like a command. Talking about commands. Are you obeying that one? Or are we still in elementary school? You still under the trainer? Matthew 18:13. And if he could find it, truly I say to you, he rejoices more than that sheep than over a 99 did not go astray. Oh, wait a minute. 19, I meant. Matthew 19:13. Then young children were brought to him to lay his hands on them and pray. And his Talmudim rebuked them. They rebuked the children. But Yahusha said, Allow the young children, and do not stop them from coming to me. For of such is the reign of the Shemayim. And having laid hands on them, he went from there. So where he says here, allow the young children, do not stop them from coming to me, for such is the reign of the Shemayim. What's he talking about? How is the young children such is the reign of the Shemayim? Because of their innocence. Because they're innocent and full of perfect, childlike belief. That's what's in the reign of Yahuwah. That's what the reign of Yahuwah is likened to. Innocence and belief, perfect belief, pure belief, childlike belief. People with that type of a mindset. Wow. How beautiful is that? That's beautiful stuff right there now. Matthew 23. Well, I'm going to wait on Matthew 23. Let's go to Matthew 27. Matthew 27. Then I'm gonna pass on that too. I We'll shorten this up somewhat. All right, so now let's get a look here. Wait a minute, can I pass that up? No, I probably can't. So let's look at it. We're going to have to go to Matthew 27. It's 27. This is an important part. I can't pass this up. So Matthew 27:27 says, Then the soldiers of the governor took Yahushua into the court and gathered the entire entourage around him. And having stripped him, they put a scarlet robe on him. And for him a crown of thorns, they put it on his head, and a reed in his right hand. And they kneeled down before him and mocked him, saying, Greetings, sovereign of the Yehudim. And spitting on him, they took the reed and struck him on the head. And when they had mocked him, they took the robe off him, then put his own garments on him, and led him away to be staked. And as they were going out, they found a man, a Syrian, Simon by name. They compelled him to bear his stake. And when they came to a place called Golgotha, that is to say, place of the skull, they gave him wine mixed with bile to drink. And after tasting, he would not drink it. And having staked him, they divided his garments, casting lots that it might be concluded what was spoken by the prophet. They divided my garments among them, and for my venture they cast lots. Ventures would be clothes. And sitting down, they guarded him there, and they put up over his head the written charge against him. This is Yahushua, the sovereign of the Yehudim. Then 2 robbers were staked with him, one on the right and another on his left. And those passing by were blaspheming him, shaking their heads and saying, You who destroy the Mishkan and build it in 3 days, save yourself. If you are the son of Elohim, come down from that stake. And likewise the chief priest with the scribes and elders mocking said, He delivered others, he is unable to save himself. If he is the sovereign of Israel, let him now come down from the stake, and we shall believe him. He trusted in Elohim, let him rescue him now if he desires him, for he said, I am the son of Elohim. And also the robbers who were staked with him reviled him and said the same. And from the 6th hour there was darkness over all the land until the 9th hour. Now, that's 3 hours. That's no normal eclipse lasted that long, right? We know that only lasts for about 3-4 minutes, right? As we just witnessed last week. And about the 9th hour, Yahushua cried out with a loud voice, saying, Ali, 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 lama sabachthani. That is, my all, why have you forsaken me? Some of those standing there, having heard, said, This one calls for Elijah. And immediately one of them ran and took a sponge and filled it with sour wine and put it on a reed and gave it to him to drink. But the rest said, Leave it, let us see if Eliyahu comes to save him. And Yahushua cried out again with a loud voice and gave up his ruach. And see, the veil of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. And the arets was shaken, and the rocks were split. And the tombs were opened, and many bodies of the set-apart ones who had fallen asleep were raised. And coming out of the tombs after his resurrection. They didn't come out of the tombs until after Yahushua was resurrected. They just opened. They went into the set-apart city and appeared to many. And when the captain and those with him who were guarding Yahushua saw the earthquake and all that had took place, they feared exceedingly, saying, Truly, this was the son of Elohim. And many women who followed Yahushua from Galilee attended him, were there watching from a distance, among whom were Miriam from Magdala and Miriam the mother of Jacob and Joseph, and the mother of Zebediah's sons. And when evening came, there came a rich man from Ramathaim named Joseph, who himself had also become a Talmudim of Yahusha. He went to Pilate and asked for the body of Yahusha. Then Pilate ordered the body to be granted, and having taken the body, Joseph wrapped it in clean linen and laid it in a new tomb which he had hewn out of a rock. And he rolled a large stone against the door of the tomb and went away. And Miriam from Magdala was there, and the other Miriam sitting opposite the tomb. On the next Yom, which was after the preparation, the chief priest and Prushim gathered together to Pilate, saying, Master, we remember while he was still alive, how that deceiver said, after 3 days I am raised. Order then that the tomb be guarded until the third Yom, lest his Talmudim come by night and steal him away, and should say to the people, he was raised from the dead. And the last deception shall be worse than the first. So Pilate said to them, You have a watch, go, guard it as you know how. And they went and guarded the tomb, sealing the stone and setting the watch. Now, after the Shabbat, toward dawn on the first day of the Shabuah, the week, Miriam from Magdala and the other Miriam came to see the tomb. And see, there was a great earthquake, for the messenger of Yahuwah came down out of heaven and came and rolled back the stone from the door and sat on it. And his appearance was like lightning, and his garment as white as snow. And the guards trembled for fear of him and became like dead men. And the messenger responding said to the woman, Do not fear, for I know that you seek Yahusha, who was staked. He is not here, for he is raised, as he said. Come, see the place where the master lay. And go quickly, say to the Talmudim that he was raised from the dead, and see, he is going before you to Galilee. There you shall see him. See, I have told you. And they left the tomb quickly with fear and great joy, and ran to report to his Talmudim. And as they were going to report to his Talmudim, so Yahusha met them, saying, Greetings. And they came and held him by the feet and did bow to him. Then Yahusha said to them, Do not fear. Go report to my brothers to go to Galilee, and they shall see me there. And while they were going, see, some of the watch, having gone into the city, reported to the chief priest all that took place. And when they came together with the elders and taking counsel, they gave enough silver to the soldiers, saying, Say that his Talmud came at night and stowed him away while we slept. And if this should be reported to the governor, we shall win him over and keep you out of trouble. And having taken the silver, they did as they were instructed, and this account was widely spread among the Yehudim to this day. And the 11 Talmudim went away into Galilee to the mountain which Yahusha had appointed for them. And when they saw him, they bowed to him, but some doubted. And Yahusha came up and spoke to them, saying, All authority has been given to me in heaven and on the earth. Therefore go make Talmudim of all the nations, immersing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Ruach HaKodesh, teaching them to guard all that I have commanded you. And see, I am with you always until the end of the age. Amen. Okay, so here we find the story of Yahusha's execution, his burial, his resurrection. Okay, he has not ascended back to the throne yet. Why? Because when they saw him, he's on a mountain in Galilee here, at the end of Matthew 28. It's clear in Acts that he ascended when he ascended to the throne, that he was on the Mount of Olives near Jerusalem. So there's no ascension here yet. But his death, his execution, his death, his burial, and his resurrection is plainly stated here in this lesson. So what is the value here? What is the truth here? Well, the truth here is that he was the Messiah, that he shed the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh on the altar of the world, of the earth, He was buried 3 days and 3 nights, and then he was resurrected his own body back to life, gave himself an immortal body. And so the truth here is that he was the Mashiach. He was Yahuwah incarnated, robed in flesh. He was the sacrificial lamb of Yahuwah who took away the sins of the world and shed his blood. So that's the truth. That's the value here. But what's the object of distraction? It's the stake. And most people, the majority of people, know this object of distraction is more well known as the cross. Okay. The truth is the blood and the resurrection. And he was who he said he was, the Lamb of Yahuwah. Okay. But the object of distraction is the cross. And man, let me tell you, Satan has used this to the fullest degree possible, to where people are actually worshiping the cross. There's groups and there's societies for the cross. There's crosses in every circus. There's songs about the cross. The people come up to the altar, indoor altar, and bow down to the cross. Yeah, and they do sermons on the cross. It's all the esteem is given to the cross, to the object of distraction. And that's not what this is about at all. This is not the point. This is not why this little story is in here. It's not the truth. It's not the value. It's just a distraction. It's an object of distraction that the devil has used to lead many, many, many people astray. Now, as I did with the hymn garment lyrics, I'm going to show you the lyrics to one of their little songs they've written about the cross. And this happens to be called The Old Rugged Crooks. And so it says, on a hill far away stood an old rugged cross, the emblem of suffering and shame. And I love that old cross, where the dearest and the best, for a world of lost sinners was slain. So I'll cherish the old rugged cross till my trophies at last I lay down. I will cling to the old rugged cross and exchange it someday for a crown. To the old rugged cross I will ever be true. Its shame and reproach gladly bear. Then he'll call me someday to my home far away, where his glory forever I'll share. And I'll cherish the old rugged cross till my trophies at last I lay down. And I will cling to the old rugged cross and exchange it someday for a crown. I will cling to the old rugged cross and exchange it someday for a crown. And the songwriter on this was Michael J. Sykes, George Bernard, Woody Wright, and Ricky Simpkins. They can have the credit for it. I don't want nothing to do with it. So there you go. There's the object of distraction. And so unfortunately, they put a lot of emphasis on this old rugged cross. Well, I think a lot of people bow down, worship it, and pray to it. And instead of saying the name Yahusha, they pray to this old rugged cross. This cross, man, it becomes the object of worship even. Not just is it an object of distraction, but it's become an object of a worship for a lot of these denominations. And mind-blowing stuff. And you have these cross societies, these groups, these clubs, these secret societies that do nothing but worship the cross and sing songs to the cross and take a knee to the cross. It's mind-boggling stuff. So I think that's a really, really good example of what I'm talking about here, about objects of distraction. So they get lost up in that stake and staking. They did this on the stake, that stake, which they say cross, and they lose track of what really the value is or the truth in this story is, and that is obviously the execution, the shedding of blood, the death, the burial, and the resurrection of Yahushua HaMashiach that worked as a permanent sacrifice, and he was the Messiah. He did contain the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh and shed it for the sins of the world. And he did get buried for 3 days and 3 nights. And he did resurrect his own body back to life. And he did give himself an immortal body and changed his, transformed his body of flesh into immortality and became the firstborn of the resurrection. That's the truth. That's the value. And we have to believe in that. That's what we believe in, folks. That's where we put our childlike belief at. We believe in that, what Yahushua did, and that he was the Messiah. We don't put our childlike belief on the cross. It ain't about the cross or the stake. That's just an obstacle of distraction. It's just words or language that is we use that points us to the truth, which is Yahushua was the Mashiach, and he did shed the precious, pure, sinless blood, powerful blood of the Ruach HaKodesh to wipe away the sin, take away the sins of the world. That's what we believe in. It's the blood of the Mashiach. Yahushua was the Mashiach. Hallelujah. So don't get caught up in obstacles of distraction in these little events, these little parables, these little stories. The words, the language is not the truth, folks. Not even close to being the truth. Okay? There's the words and the language is the only way to find the truth. So the truth, the finger is not the truth or the value, okay, or the moon, okay? It's the only way to find, it's the way, the finger is the way to find the moon. So don't be nearsighted. Don't be nearsighted. All right, so now let's look at Mark 5:34. No, we don't want to go there. We've already touched that. Okay, let's move on from there to, I don't want to do any repeating at this point. Okay, here's a good one. Let's go to Mark 9. Mark 9, 14. And coming to the Talmudim, he saw a large throng around them, and scribes disputing with them. And at once, when all the throng saw him, they were greatly astonished, and running near, greeted him. And he asked the scribes, "Why are you disputing with them?" And one of the throng answering said, "Teacher, I brought you my son who has a dumb ruach. And whenever he seizes him, he throws him down and he foams and gnashes his teeth and he wastes away. And I spoke to your Talmudim that they should cast him out, but they were not able. And he answered him and said, O unbelieving generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I put up with you? Bring him to me. So they brought him to him, and when he saw him, immediately the Ruach threw him into convulsions. And falling on the ground, he rolled about, foaming, and asked his father, how long has he been like this? And he said, from childhood. And often he has thrown him both into a fire and into the water to destroy him. But if it is at all possible for you, have compassion on us and help us. And Yahushua said to him, if you are able to believe, all is possible to him who believes. So this guy's telling Yahushua, if it's all possible for you, to have compassion on us and help us. And he's saying, if you are able to believe, all is possible in him who believes. So he's not putting it back on him, man. And immediately the father of the child cried out and said with tears, he started bawling, I believe, Master. Help me with my unbelief. That mind-blowing? Is that mind-blowing? Is that what some of us do? Some of us do that, like this man. I believe, Master, but please help me with my unbelief. I don't really think you can do it, but I'm just hoping you will. Is that what we do? Do we act like this man? And when Yahushua saw that the throng came running together, he rebuked the unclean Ruach, saying to him, you deaf and dumb Ruach, I order you, come out of him, and never again enter into him. And crying out and convulsing him much, it came out of him. And he became as one dead, so that many said that he was dead. Oh, man, he must be dead. He's flipping around like a fish out of water, foaming at the mouth. It's going crazy, right? And all of a sudden, bam, totally still. So they thought he was dead. But Yahushua, taking him by the hand, lifted him up, and he arose. And when he came into a house, his Dalmanim asked him separately, why were we able to cast him out? Why were we not able to cast him out? And he said to them, it is impossible for this kind to come out except through prayer and fasting. Okay. So this is pretty clear, man. Prayer and fasting is a tool for us to use against the principalities of darkness. Demons and Satan. And demons and Satan are real. They're not a joke. That really happens even to today. You're still battling them. And fasting, we're only commanded to fast one time a year, and that's on the Day of Atonement. Some people call it the fast or Yom Kippur. But every other day of the year, you're allowed to do a voluntary fast. So you can fast for, pray and fast for for a petition or for the healing, for your healing or healing of somebody else. You can use these tools to get Yahuwah to respond positively to your belief and to your petitions. You know, and so we need to do that. There's not a joke. It's not something that was just for the people in the first century, the first Nazarene. It's for everybody. Okay, you still can pray and fast. All right. There's volunteer fasting. You don't have to, but you can. And the way you fast is between you and Yahuwah. Nobody else's business. They shouldn't even know you're doing it. matter of fact. Okay, so let's go to. So what did he make the focal point here on this? Was it on demons? Should we be talking about demons or acknowledging demons and all this and demon possession and stuff? No. The value, the truth here to this event is belief again. Because Yahushua says, if you are able to believe, all is possible to him who believes. And so again, the truth, the value is within your belief. That's the moral of the story, folks. All is possible for those who believe. You see that? So what would be the obstacle of distraction here? Well, demon possession, no doubt. All right. Yeah, let's stick it out. We got Mark 11:22. Mark 11:22 says, and Yahushua answering said to them, have belief in Elohim. For truly I say to you, whoever says to this mountain, be removed and be thrown into the sea, and does not doubt in his heart, but believes that what he says shall be done, he shall have whatever he says. Because of this, I say to you, whatever you ask when you pray, believe that you receive them, and you shall have them. And whenever you stand praying, if you hold whatever against anyone, forgive, so that your Father in the Shemayim shall also forgive you with debts. Forgive you your debts. But if you do not forgive, neither shall your Father in the Shemayim forgive your debts. So here we find out that belief is critical in believing what you're asking can happen, but also that that you believe that you already received them, that it's already happened. So we see this again, and then amazingly, we find forgiveness attached to your belief. So if you have belief, but yet you're holding something against someone or a brother, you better forget. You need to believe. You need to forgive them, release them, and bless them and love them. Otherwise, you're hindering your belief, your ability to communicate with Yahushua and for him to grant your petition or prayer, answer your prayers based on your belief, because your belief is being stained by your lack of forgiveness to your brother. Now that's important. That's very, very important. Let that one sink in, because it's really, really important. Look at, there's so much here. I could stay on here for 8 hours reading this stuff. I'm all about this. This is the message, man. This is the truth. This is the value. And all through scriptures, man, is all about your belief, your childlike belief. And if we can understand that and look for that, for the truth in these stories and parables and events, instead of letting our eyes, lock on obstacles of distraction, maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can develop that childlike belief. Maybe we can hang on to the gift that Yahuwah gave us when we were reborn, and that's belief like a child, instead of destroying it. And we can go on and on here. I mean, this is mind-blowing stuff. But am I going to? I could. Easy, 8 hours, easy. Probably 12. It's how packed Scripture is with this message, folks. And everything else is a delusion or an obstacle of distraction. And we got to get away from that elementary stuff. got to stop hanging on to that and making up songs about it and worshiping obstacles of distraction, because they become images. And then we start violating the second commandment. Look at 1 Corinthians 12:9. 2:5. 1 Corinthians 2:5. In order that you believe, that your belief should not be in the wisdom of men, but in the power of Yahuwah. Look at that. Wow. Back it up. Number 4. And my word and my preaching were not with persuasive words of man's wisdom, but in demonstration of the Ruach and of power, in order that your belief should not be in the wisdom of men, but in the power of Yahuwah. Wow. Wow, that's amazing. 1 Corinthians 12:9 says, and to another belief by the same Ruach, and to another gifts of healing by the same Ruach. So belief is a gift from the Ruach. So ask for that gift of belief that you can believe like a little child. Matter of fact, when you get born again with water and the Ruach, he automatically gives you belief. As you reborn as a little child, even when you're born in the flesh, all little children have the gift of pure belief. They would keep it if adults wouldn't hinder it and destroy it by lying to them and teaching them about all these false mighty ones and these traditions and Santa Claus and Easter Bunny and all that stuff. We destroy that perfect belief, man. What are we doing to ourselves and to our children? Can you imagine a world where we didn't do that? Everybody grew up with that perfect belief. Wow, man. We could move mountains. It'd be amazing. So don't forget, he gives you that gift of belief again when you're born again as a spiritual child. Beware of it and don't destroy it. You can destroy it yourself at that point, because with your negativity and your memories of when you were in the flesh. Oh, wow. Amazing stuff. This just goes on and on and on, this subject. Look at Galatians 2:16. Knowing that a man is not declared right by works of Torah, meaning animal blood or adult male circumcision, but through belief in Yahushua Mashiach, and the belief in who he is and his blood. He carries the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh, and he shed his blood for the washing away of the sins of the world. Even we have believed in Mashiach Yahushua in order to be declared right by belief in Mashiach and not by works of Torah, because by works of Torah no flesh shall be declared right. And if while seeking to be declared right by Mashiach, we ourselves also are found sinners, is Mashiach then a servant of sin? Let it not be. For if I rebuilt what I overthrew, I established myself a transgressor. For through Torah I died to Torah in order to live to Yahuwah. I have been staked with Mashiach, and I no longer live, but Mashiach lives in me. In that which I now live in the flesh, I live by belief in the Son of Yahuwah, who loved me and gave himself for me. I do not set aside the favor of Yahuwah, for if righteousness is through Torah, then Mashiach died for nothing. Yeah, you can't gain righteousness through Torah. Meaning animal blood sacrificial offerings, and adult male circumcision. That's what he's talking about here. It has to come through the blood of the Lamb of Yahuwah, the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh himself. Look at Ephesians 2:8. For by favor you have been delivered through belief, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of Yahuwah. It is not by works, so that no one should boast. Okay, so here again, it's through belief in the sacrifice of Yahuwah, being the Messiah, the Lamb of Yahuwah, and we can't see it. It happened long ago. We can only believe that he is who he said he was, and that his blood was the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh, the Lamb of Yahuwah, and he shed it for the forgiveness of sins, and that we believe that it's not of ourselves, it was the gift of Yahuwah. He gave us the gift of belief. We were born with that gift as a child, and we were renewed. That gift was renewed at our rebirth. We were born from above, born again, the water and ruach. That gift was renewed, and we can destroy it ourselves for sure. Yeah. Go to 1 John 5. 1 John 5, 3-8. For this is the love of Yahuwah, that we guard his commands, and his commands are not difficult. Because everyone having been begotten of Yahuwah overcomes the world. And this is the overcoming that has overcome the world, our belief. Our belief. Who is the one who overcomes the world but he who believes that Yahusha is the son of Yahuwah? You believe he's the Messiah. And the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh flowed through his veins and was shed for the forgiveness of sins. This is what you believe. This is the one that came by water and blood, Yahushua Mashiach, not only by water, but by water and blood. And it is the Ruach who bears witness, because the Ruach is the truth. Because there are three who bear witness, the Ruach and the water and the blood. And these three are in agreement. These three are witnesses. The Mashiach, Yahushua, was who he said he was. And his blood was the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh to take away the sins of the world. He was the Lamb of Yahuwah, the one-time sacrifice. We have to believe this. The Ruach's the witness of this. And when we're born again with the water and the blood, and the blood of the Lamb is applied during our water immersion, so we're born again with the water and the blood, or with water and ruach. There's two immersions that make up our immersion, right? So the water immersion and the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay, and the ruach is the witness that this has happened, and our belief has delivered us, because we believe that Yahusha was the Messiah, and his blood was shed to take away our sins, the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh, and we believe this like a child, and therefore our belief has delivered us. See that? All righty. So we've been on here 3 hours and 48 minutes, so I'm going to wrap this up prematurely, but I think we've pretty much covered all this, and I think we all got a very good idea now to beware of the obstacles of distraction as we study and research and read scriptures of truth, and focus on the valuable lesson here, the truth, which we're trying to find. Okay, we don't really care about the words or the languages or obstacles or anything that points the way. to finding the truth. We want to find that truth, that value. Okay, and I hope we've all been able to grasp this message and understand it. And we're using our exegesis mindset, and we'll be capable of increasing our belief to the point of childlike belief by receiving the truth or the value in each one of these messages, these events, these stories, these parables. They're all pretty much the same thing. It's all about the belief, especially childlike belief. So Matthew 23, I'm going to wrap it up here with Matthew 23. All right. So Matthew chapter 23, and we'll wrap it up. Then Yahushua spoke to the throngs in his Talmudim, saying, the scribes and the prushim sit on the seat of Moshe. Therefore, whatever they say to you to guard, guard and do. But do not do according to their works. For they say and do not do. For they bind heavy burdens, hard to bear, and lay them on men's shoulders. But with their finger they do not wish to move them. And they do all their works to be seen by men. It's an outward display, and it's what they're after. They want to be esteemed and looked up to, patted on the back, okay? And they make their tefillin wide. That's the things they wrap around their arms. They make those wide and lengthen their tzitzits of their garments, and lengthen the tzitzits of their garments. So they put on long tzitzits as an outward display in order to be seen as pious and righteous above others, so people can come up and pat them on the back, kiss their hand, ask them to pray for them. Basically you're praising them and worshiping them, and they're only men. And they're doing all these outward works in order to be to put on a show, an outward show, so they look more pious than you and more righteous than you. It's not about that at all, ever. Never, ever about you looking more pious than someone else. Matter of fact, you should humble yourself. Remember the parable of the man that went into the temple, and there was a priest there, rich guy, whoever it was. He was pounding on his chest. Thank you. I give tithes, and I'm obedient, and I'm more righteous than this poor guy here. Thank you, Yahuwah. And then this poor guy looks away, doesn't even look up. And he says, please forgive me my sins. I'm a sinner, right? And what did Yahushua say? He said that poor guy was more righteous than the guy that was pounding on his chest. Remember? So, yeah, this outward display of righteousness or piousness does not get Yahuwah's attention, or does he favor that? He favors the humble, the poor, brokenhearted, poor in spirit, the humble. That's who he favors. And they love the best place at the feasts and the best seats in the assemblies. They want to be acknowledged. And the greetings in the marketplaces. Oh, can I have your autograph? Oh, yeah. Oh, boy, you're pious. Look how long your tzitzits are. Woo, they're cool, man. Can I have your autograph? Will you pray for me? And the greeting in the marketplaces, and to be called by men, Rabbi, Rabbi. But you do not be called Rabbi, for one is your teacher, the Mashiach, And you are all brothers, and do not call anyone on the earth your father, for one is your father, he who is in the Shemaim. Neither be called leaders, Nazim, for one is your Nasi, the Mashiach. But the greatest among you shall be your servant, and whoever exalts himself shall be humbled. And whoever humbles himself shall be exalted. But woe to you, scribes and Prusium, you hypocrites, because you shut up the reign of the Shemaim before men. For you do not go in, nor do you allow those who are entering to go in. Woe to you, scribes and Prusium, hypocrites, because you eat up widows' houses and for show make long prayers. Because of this, you shall receive greater judgment. Woe to you, scribes and Prusium, hypocrites, because you go about the land and the sea to win one covert, and when he is won, you make him a son of Gehenna, twofold more than yourselves. Wow. Woe to you, blind guides, who say, whoever swears by the temple, it does not matter. But whoever swears by the gold of the temple is bound by oath. Wow. Fools and blind. For which is greater, the gold or the temple that sets the gold apart? And whoever swears by the altar, it does not matter. But whoever swears by the gift that is on it is bound by oath. Fools and blind, for which is greater, the gift or the altar that sets the gift apart? He then who swears by the altar swears by it and by all that is upon it. And he who swears by the temple swears by it and by him who is dwelling in it. And he who swears by the heaven swears by the throne of Elohim and by him who is sitting upon it. Woe to you, scribes and Prusium, hypocrites, because you tithe the mint that the anise and the cumin, and have neglected the weightier things of the Torah, the right ruling and the compassion and the belief. Wow. These need to have been done without neglecting the others. Blind guides, straining out a gnat and swallowing a camel. Woe to you, scribes and Prusium, hypocrites, because you clean the outside of the cup and dish, but inside they are filled with plunder and unrighteousness. Blind Prusium, first clean the inside of the cup and dish, so that the outside of them become clean too. Woe to you, scribes and Prusium, hypocrites, because you are like whitewashed tombs, which outwardly indeed look well, but inside are filled with dead men's bones and all uncleanness. So you too outwardly indeed appear righteous to men, but inside you are filled with hypocrisy and lawlessness. Woe to you, scribes and Prusium, hypocrites, because you build the tombs of the prophets and decorate the monuments of the righteous, and say, if we have lived in the Yamam of our fathers, we would not have been taken part with them in the blood of the prophets. Thus you bear witness against yourselves, that you are sons of those who did murder the prophets, and you fill up the measure of your fathers. Serpents, brood of adders, how would you escape the judgment of Gehenna? Because of this, see, I send you prophets and wise men and scholars. Some of them you shall kill and stake, and some of them you shall flog in your congregations and persecute from city to city, so that on you should come all the righteous blood shed on the Eretz, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zechariah, son of Barachiah, whom you murdered between the Mishkan and the altar. Truly I say to you, all this shall come upon this generation. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, killing the prophets and stoning those who are sent to her. How often I wish to gather your children together, the way a hen gathers her chickens under her wings, but you would not. See, your house is left to you desolate. For I say to you, from now on you shall by no means see me until you say, blessed is he who is coming in the name of Yahuwah. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. All right, folks, that wraps it up. I'll just wrap it up right there for this evening. Very powerful, powerful, powerful study. I hope everybody understood the message. I hope that we weren't looking at the finger of the teacher, okay, and not at the object of interest or the truth, okay. And just keep us all in mind, because it's extremely important for your growth, for your spiritual maturity, and for in your growth into spiritual insight. You got to get this. All right. And we have to put away the elementary things and we need to understand the truth, the value in the messages be given to us by our rabbi, which is Yahushua HaMashiach. Okay. Remember, man, a great teacher will try to open his students to great thoughts, but a dull student, dull of hearing, will not grasp it, or they will only get the words or notice the obstacles of distraction, but not the meaning of the message, not the truth. In other words, just like this old Chinese proverb is pointing out that the words or the language is not the truth in itself, but only a way to find truth. So the finger is not the truth or the value or the moon, but only a way to find the moon. In other words, this is saying that the sage or the teacher will gain insight because they see past the obvious, while the fool or the dull of hearing student is too nearsighted to do so. Don't forget, Satan, the devil, loves using these words or languages or objects of distraction to keep people from understanding or obtaining wisdom about the real message given to us by our rabbi. We've seen these examples this evening in the hem or the tzitzits of his garment, the cross, the stake, and others. So don't get lost in worshiping these objects of distraction. Don't be involved in singing of the songs or emphasizing the objects of distraction rather than passing on the truth and the value in the message. And in almost all these cases this evening was childlike belief. All righty. So I hope all of you learned as much as I did this evening. I picked up a lot on this study, and we all need to mature to the point where we're really, really trying to increase our belief to childlike belief and get back to how we were when we were children, believing without even thinking about it, that Yahushua was in fact the Messiah, and he was the Lamb of Yahuwah, and he shed his blood for the removal of sins, forgiveness of sins, and that he was resurrected and ascended and comes back as the comforter and indwells in us to help us be like him. and stay obedient and endure to the end so we can be delivered. And a lot of that depends on our childlike belief, on our belief. So great, great lesson, especially for those who understood it and picked up on the wisdom given to us by Yahushua this evening. So thank you very much. Be back next week, same channel, with another wonderful study from our master Yahushua. And don't forget tomorrow, you guys, we're still on Luke 9, I think, and we're still focused on the teachings in Scripture in the letter of Luke. And that's what will be on the same exact channel you're on right now, but it'd be 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 11 o'clock a.m. Texas time. And we assemble in obedience to Scripture and on Yom Shabbat, and we learn from Scriptures. And it's a lot of fun. If you've never been there, come on in. Share in the joy of the Master and get to know him better. Pursue to know him. You're commanded to. And remember to stay in love with Yahushua. So long, Netzarim, beloved of Yahuwah. So long, everyone. See you next week.